Uchiha Madara's journey through the worlds. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. Arrival at Chaos City. Outside, over a dozen uniformed men and women were waiting. When Madara arrived, the leader, a man in a silver robe and green horns, stepped forward with a touch of respect and said, "Your Highness, I'm here by order of the Venerable. Please follow me." "Thank you." Madara nodded, turning back to look at the lean old man. Realm Master Shabu smiled. "It is my honor to accompany your Highness for 3 years." Then, the two parted ways. Uchiha Madara and the man in the silver robe and green horns walked along a dreamy corridor. The back half of the corridor was transparent, offering a glimpse of the beautiful starry sky beyond and the surrounding mountains. In a matter of moments, Uchiha Madara was ushered into an oval hall, the entire hallway and ceiling transparent. Looking up, one could see the boundless starry sky, the beautiful view of the headquarters in the distance, and spaceships and even immortal beings flying by like shooting stars. Meanwhile, a group of people, including Luofeng, Rangjun, and Bolan, were already chatting. After 3 years of arduous training at Uxiang Mountain, the young people who had joined them had naturally interacted quite a bit. With the exception of a few who were extremely withdrawn, most had become friends, at least able to chat and laugh. Perhaps many of them had been aloof and arrogant in the past, but that aloofness stemmed from loneliness and the lack of encounters with equals. However, to be among the top 1000 in the Genius Battle Universe rankings meant that everyone at least acknowledged each other's strength, and forming friendships was normal. "Is Rangjun not here yet?" Luofeng glanced around. "He's almost here, almost entering headquarters," the young man from Mankastar, Wuka, said with a casual smile. "Come, sit here." Yes. Being from the same Teichu district, the 8 people there generally stayed close together. The seating arrangements in the hall indicated the 1000 people had naturally formed into circles. "Bolan," Luofeng called out with a smile, noticing the young man in white sitting by the window. The young man in white turned and glanced. "HMM," he simply replied, then turned back to silently gaze at the scenery outside. For the past 3 years in Uxiang Mountain, Death God Bolan had been quite aloof, maintaining only a few casual interactions with a dozen or so people, though he rarely spoke. However, Luofeng and the others discovered that, despite his aloofness, Bolan was a generally nice person. Those guys in the Teichu district seemed quite arrogant, constantly hanging around Bolan, as if they were so much better than us. Yes, when we broke into the top 100, the virtual universe system directly selected 20 of us to determine the top 10, giving us no chance at all. And it's been 3 years. In those 3 years, everyone in our Xian district has improved, some astonishingly. I'm afraid many are now stronger than the Teichu district. Just wait, there's always a chance to compete. Elsewhere, a dozen or so young people, shielded by the force, chatted among themselves. Unconvinced. Ever since the virtual universe system first introduced direct selection for duels, many geniuses have been dissatisfied. Furthermore, over the past 3 years, everyone has made significant progress, especially those who previously lacked a good secret technique. These past 3 years, they have acquired a technique that suits them, making significant progress, and are even more confident. "Madara is here," a voice suddenly rang out, and everyone's attention shifted to the door. This included the most arrogant and aloof Bolan. Uchiha Madara, clad in a white sage robe, greeted the crowd calmly. "I challenge you again," the death god Bolan offered, approaching Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara glanced at the death god Bolan, and could sense that his understanding of the laws of space was still at the immortal level, the threshold of teleportation. "Have you reached the immortal level of understanding the laws of space?" Uchiha Madara asked. "No," Bolan replied with some embarrassment. "When your understanding of the law of space reaches the immortal level, I'll give you a chance, if you wish to challenge me. But I must remind you that 3 years ago, my understanding of the law of space had already reached the venerable level." Uchiha Madara said this, then found a quiet spot to remain. Bolan was left standing there, stunned. After 3 years, this was the first time he had heard Uchiha Madara reveal his own understanding of the law of space. His understanding of the law of space hadn't yet reached the immortal level, while Uchiha Madara had already reached the venerable level 3 years ago. Such a huge gap. And yet he was hailed as a genius rarely seen in a million years. After about 6 hours, all 1,000 people had gathered. Everyone, please follow me. A tall, thin crimson-eyed man cloaked in a simple white robe croaked as the 1,000 gathered. The faint aura that permeated the room sent a shiver of fear through the hearts of the 999 young men, a feeling as if ordinary people had encountered an incredibly terrifying venomous snake. As the tall, thin crimson-eyed man emerged from the hall, he immediately radiated an overwhelming, irresistible force that enveloped the 999 young people present. Of course, there was also the young man named Uchiha Madara, who remained unfazed. Although this was the real world, his chakra power had now reached the level of a king immortal, while the immortal before him was, at best, an ordinary immortal, far from even reaching Marquis immortal status. Naturally, Uchiha Madara looked at him and nodded in amazement. He had long heard of this man, hailed as the greatest genius in human history, and upon seeing him today, he was convinced his reputation was truly lived up to. The immortal withdrew his gaze, and the power of the law of space radiated outward. Whoosh! Instantly transforming into a stream of light, it flew for several minutes, before arriving in front of a strange spaceship parked on the lawn. Only then did it unload all 1,000 young people. Uchiha Madara was naturally unfazed. However, Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The overwhelming chill he'd felt earlier was truly unsettling, and so were the other geniuses around him. Everyone, get into the spaceship, the tall, thin red-eyed man said coldly. Is this a spaceship? Luo Feng was astonished. The spaceship before him was truly bizarre. It resembled a giant fish. Its entire body was a deep blue, immense, its tail fin swaying slightly, giving it the appearance of a nearly kilometer-long fish. Yet, this giant fish had a hatch in its belly, through which one could see the corridors within. Uchiha Madara's eyes also shone with surprise. This spaceship was quite interesting. With only a few who seemed to know about this type of spaceship, the rest of the 1,000 geniuses looked bewildered. Urged on by the tall, thin red-eyed man, they entered through the hatch one by one. It's just like any other ship inside, but how come the outside looks like a fish? A group of geniuses walked the ship's interior corridors. F-class spaceships are all made of pure metal. The one that took us 1,000 people was an F-class ship. Now we are heading to the initial universe, so this one must be at least F-class. Pure metal should be hard and tough. Like a real fish. Incredible. As Uchiha Madara walked along, the information the Lord of the Kyanwu universe had once shared with him echoed in his mind. If he was right, this must be a spaceship that has been fused with other life forms. And it must be a very advanced life form, at least at the immortal level. For example, some special species of metal life and plant life can be integrated into the ship. This ship should be considered something beyond F-class, a G-class spaceship. To possess such a ship would be considered a super being at the pinnacle of the vast universe. Inside the hall, the invisible pressure silenced the 1,000 geniuses. Even the dozen or so other immortals aboard the spaceship, including the tall, thin red-eyed man, bowed slightly. Madara immediately spotted the man in the cyan robe and purple scales standing at the front. Though he stood there, he felt ethereal, as if a projection, not a real person. He gazed at the group of young people and declared, "Departure to the origin universe." With a boom, the spaceship, resembling a giant fish, flicked its tail fin and vanished in an instant. In the hall, the 1,000 geniuses remained silent. Facing an immortal, it was pure pressure. It was like a mountain bearing down on you. But facing this man, whom you could see, but felt as if he didn't exist, it was completely different. He wasn't deliberately exerting pressure. His natural law naturally commanded everyone's attention. It was a natural submission. Except for Madara, of course. He possessed only the venerable level comprehension of the laws and the venerable level telekinesis boost. Stop. A roar like thunder from the outside world reached the interior of the spacecraft, reverberating throughout. Hearing the pressure embodied in this voice, all the geniuses were terrified. This left them feeling helpless. They were a group of star-level beings, with only a few having just broken through to the cosmic level. Facing these great beings, if they didn't restrain themselves, a single glance could scare them to death. Geniuses, after all, were only geniuses, not true masters. The journey had only just begun. "It's me, opening the cosmic passage," the purple-scaled man said indifferently. The voice pierced the spacecraft and reached the outside world. Boom. A deep sound echoed from the outside world, and the spacecraft continued its journey. This feels so uncomfortable. No. The geniuses paled. Uchiha Madara's eyes revealed something else. This passage contained a comprehension of the laws of time and space far more powerful than that of the venerable level. "We are now in the passage between the initial universe and the original universe," the purple-scaled man said, looking at a group of pale young men, some of whom had collapsed. "The flow of time in the initial universe and the original universe is different, causing a dislocation within the passage. This will make you feel a bit uncomfortable." Of the 1,000 young men, only about 300 could barely stand. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the discomfort subsided. Many lay on the ground, their faces pale and tears streaming. "We have now entered the initial universe," the purple-scaled man said with a smile. "The initial universe? Already in the initial universe?" The geniuses from various cosmic nations were filled with curiosity. Even the dozen or so immortals who had accompanied the purple-scaled man, 9 swordsmen, were filled with anticipation, their eyes constantly glancing upward. "The top is opening," the purple-scaled man said. With a swish, the metal ceiling above the hall automatically opened, revealing a glass-like outer layer. Suddenly, the hall became transparent, allowing everyone to peer through it and see the outside world. Madara also looked up, immediately seeing the dim darkness outside, occasionally shimmering with chaotic currents. In the distance, the heavens and earth could faintly be seen occasionally cracking, and even a myriad of strange mystical patterns could be seen flowing along the edges of these rifts. Silken threads connected, and the mystical patterns swirled on them, like a loom weaving the world ever wider. "What is this?" Madara sensed the strange mystical patterns flowing along the crystalline threads of the distant rifts. Meanwhile, more than a dozen immortals stared upward, sometimes closing their eyes in thought, sometimes observing intently. The spaceship continued to fly. They often saw cracks in space, and those strange mystical patterns. Stars and planets have lifespans, and so does the universe, but it's an incomparably longer one. The purple-scaled man smiled. This nascent universe is a new universe in its beginning of the universe period. During this initial period, the universe is constantly being perfected and formed, and the fundamental laws of the universe's operation are manifesting. Those cracks in space, constantly repairing, are the fundamental laws of the universe's operation, which contain various fundamental laws. The geniuses were stunned. Are those glittering threads repairing the universe, and the myriad secret patterns floating along them, the laws governing the universe? The original universe we inhabit is immense, vast, and perfect, the purple-scaled man said. Precisely because of its perfection, the laws governing it cannot be manifested externally, making it extremely difficult to comprehend. In the primordial universe, however, everything is visible to the naked eye. You can also see how the various laws perfectly combine, how the universe was formed, and how the rules operate. Everything is directly visible, making comprehension much easier. The slots for comprehension in the primordial universe are invaluable, the purple-scaled man said, glancing at the dozen or so immortals. They all looked up, clearly cherishing every moment. "Close," the purple-scaled man said. The top closed directly. Uchiha Madara's eyes gleamed with excitement. This time, he had truly come to the right place. "We'll soon arrive at Chaos City," the purple-scaled man said. Chaos City is where those who enter the primordial universe to gain enlightenment reside and cultivate. I'm the one guiding you. I hope to see you all alive in 30 years. Will you die? Is there any danger? Many people were puzzled. Remember, when entering Chaos City, listen to the instructions for receiving envoys from Chaos City, and understand the rules. Okay, we've arrived. The purple-scaled man finished speaking, and the spaceship began to slow down. This enormous fish shuttled through the vast universe. After a moment of closing its top, it soared over an ancient city. The hatch at its belly opened, and 1,000 geniuses flew out. Then the hatch closed, and the big fish flicked its tail fin, drifting away again, and disappearing into the distance. This primordial universe feels so special. It feels so comfortable. Yes, very comfortable. A group of young people chatted mid-air. Uchiha Madara looked down at the ancient and majestic city below. As a city, built in the primordial universe, it exuded a sense of heaviness. A stream of black light flew in the distance. "Everyone, I'm the Chaos City reception envoy," a deep voice echoed. A black-robed man with a head covered in green scales flew over. He then stopped and smiled. "This city, called Chaos City, has existed longer than most of the cosmic nations you're in. It's currently jointly managed by the Virtual Universe Company, the Giant Axe Arena, the First Universe Bank, the Galaxy Bank, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance." Silence fell. All 1,000 young people looked at the Chaos City envoy. "Follow me," the reception envoy smiled as he descended. The 1,000 people descended from the sky and landed on the streets of Chaos City, which were wide enough for dozens of people to walk side by side. Chapter 227, Chapter 43-44, Choosing the Chaos Monument. Chaos City has existed for a long time, the reception envoy explained, walking ahead. Those who come to Chaos City to meditate have given birth to countless supreme beings. Uchiha Madara looked around. Chaos City was dotted with small buildings. On the rooftops of many buildings, humans of various appearances could be seen sitting cross-legged in meditation. Some were carving something on the rooftop floor. The powerful aura they exuded was that of an immortal. Uchiha Madara looked up at the sky. High above, near the farthest rift in space, he could vaguely see beings standing in mid-air. Occasionally, these beings would glance down at Madara and his group. Another group of youngsters has arrived. They are being received by envoy number 11, the youngsters from the Virtual Universe Company. I heard the Virtual Universe Company has recruited a young man named Bolan. He's quite impressive, and his understanding of the laws of space has reached the threshold of the immortal level. Bolan is only decent, but among this group of geniuses is a freak named Uchiha Madara. Judging by his demonstrated strength, with venerable level physical power, venerable level understanding of the laws, and venerable level telekinesis amplification, few immortals in Chaos City of the same level could even go a few rounds with him. Each generation has its own talents, and the old is replaced by the new. A new era is dawning. Standing at the edge of the cosmic rift, several immortals chatted. Uchiha Madara withdrew his gaze. There were many immortals here. However, none of them dared to release their auras freely. Yet, from across Chaos City, over a dozen powerful auras surged skyward, clearly perceptible. It was as if a dozen peerless beasts swarmed across Chaos City. Having already clashed in real life with the Lord of the Kyanwu universe, Uchiha Madara knew that these were all cosmic masters. There are many transcendent beings in Chaos City, the receptionist said, turning back. Do not disturb them from comprehending the origin laws. If you do, we will have no choice but to send you out of the primordial universe, ending your opportunity to comprehend. The group of geniuses nodded. The receptionist then entered a small, uninhabited building nearby. There are many small buildings in Chaos City. A pale white door signifies an unoccupied residence. The receptionist pointed to the main door. Place your hand on the door for a moment, and the sensor system within will automatically activate, turning it dark gray. You will automatically become the owner of that residence, and your information will be automatically recorded. Each person can only choose one residence. With this, the receptionist ascended to the rooftop. The rooftop was quite large, nearly 100 meters long and wide, large enough for 1,000 people. This is it, Uchiha Madara observed, noting the numerous carvings on the rooftop floor, many of them truly remarkable. This, Uchiha Madara examined it closely, lost in thought. His understanding of the laws of time and space had reached the exalted level, and he possessed immortal level comprehension of nearly 100 other laws. It could be said that he was the most capable of understanding the mysteries of the carvings before him. Many young people were captivated. The origin law of space. This contains the origin law of space, several young people shouted. Everyone. The receptionist's voice echoed through everyone's minds, jolting their souls awake. In Chaos City, Countless powerful beings, generation after generation, sat on the rooftops to meditate, and in the process, they carved. Thus, many carvings were left behind that embody these powerful beings' contemplation of the origin laws. If you're interested, most of the residences in Chaos City are now uninhabited. You can explore each building one by one. Perhaps some are carvings of insights left behind by exalted beings. The young people's eyes lit up. First, I must tell you a very important rule. The reception envoy said solemnly. In the initial universe, humans are forbidden from killing each other. Anyone who does so will surely die. No matter who you are, even the ruler of a cosmic nation, you cannot challenge the rules of Chaos City. Understood? The young people nodded. The time ratio between the initial universe and the original universe is 1:3.28. The black-robed reception envoy smiled. Your time for enlightenment this time will be a little over 30 years. Time is precious, don't waste it. The black-robed envoy then leaped directly from the rooftop, landing on the ground below. Immediately, the other 1,000 geniuses followed suit, like a swarm of locusts, blanketing the sky, and descending directly onto the wide street in front of the villa. Follow me, to the City Lord's mansion, the black-robed messenger said. That's where the City Lord resides, and it's the heart of Chaos City. City Lord? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, deeply concerned. As the only city in the original universe, Chaos City's history was older than many of the original universe's cosmic kingdoms. The City Lord of such an ancient city, one could only imagine the status he held. Furthermore, the Lord of the Kyanwu universe had shared many secrets with Uchiha Madara. The City Lord of Chaos City was arguably one of the top 3 in the entire human race, far more powerful than a mere universal lord. Boom boom boom. In the distance, a one-horned monster covered in crimson scales, over 30 meters tall, approached. The monster took up most of the street. Atop the monster, stood a young man with short purple hair. He was clad in dark blue armor and boots, carrying a massive purple sword on his back, his head raised to the sky. The black-robed messenger saluted respectfully, and the 1,000 young men watched the giant beast depart. Taming beasts. Can even people from Chaos City bring tamed beasts? A group of young people couldn't help but murmur. The black-robed envoy in front of them smiled and said, that person just now is a permanent immortal resident of Chaos City. As a permanent resident, they are eligible to bring tamed beasts to Chaos City. Permanent? I heard that even for a powerful immortal who wants to come here to comprehend, a single spot is incredibly expensive. The young people were shocked. Many geniuses couldn't help but ask, how is that possible? For some immortals, even obtaining a spot to enter the initial universe was a struggle, let alone obtaining permanent residency in Chaos City. The two represented completely different things. Nothing is impossible, the black-robed envoy smiled. As long as you make great contributions, or possess exceptional strength, and are recognized by the Alliance, you can become a permanent resident. Chaos City was jointly managed by the 5 giants. The so-called Alliance was the Alliance of the 5 giants. Excuse me, how do I become a permanent resident? Prince Wuka of Manka called out from the crowd. The conditions are extremely demanding, the black-robed messenger smiled. When you become immortal, you'll know what they are. There's no point asking now. The black-robed messenger, leading the bustling crowd of young people from all races, walked down the street, a truly spectacular sight. However, Uchiha Madara noticed that only a few of the powerful individuals meditating on the rooftops of the villas lining the street even opened their eyes to look at them. Most were immersed in arduous meditation. Many had beards and hair that had grown immensely long, as if they hadn't been trimmed for hundreds or even thousands of years. The City Lord's mansion is just ahead, the black-robed messenger pointed. Uchiha Madara looked up. It was a majestic, imposing building, over 300 meters tall. From afar, the 3 dazzling characters of the universal language City Lord's mansion could be seen. Just looking at those characters drew him in, as if they were a universe unto themselves, a universe within themselves. His entire spirit felt as if it were constantly being absorbed, drawn into the cosmic space within them. Madara stared at the 3 characters, entranced. Just look at the word City Lord's mansion once, don't look at them too often, the black-robed messenger said. It will distract you. Even immortal beings wouldn't dare stare at them too long. Suddenly, the black-robed messenger noticed Uchiha Madara, who was staring intently at the word City Lord's mansion without blinking, and his gaze grew stern. The three characters were undoubtedly irresistible to any spirit power below the level of a king immortal, yet Uchiha Madara appeared to be handling them with such ease. Just how powerful was Uchiha Madara's spirit power? Previously, the black-robed messenger had been somewhat skeptical when he heard that Uchiha Madara was the greatest genius of humanity, but now, he was stunned. All of you, except Uchiha Madara, do not look at the three-character City Lord's mansion again. You will never be able to endure it, the black-robed messenger said. Oh, so amazing? Many geniuses who hadn't noticed those three words before glanced up curiously, including the unyielding Bolin. Just 3 words. Could they defeat Uchiha Madara? Could they even be stopped by 3 words? But in less than a second, the geniuses were forced to look away. They stared at each other, each awestruck. What kind of being was this? Haha. The black-robed messenger burst into laughter upon seeing this. While normally meeting super beings might be a bit restrained, these little creatures were much easier. It seemed close, but it seemed far away. Even though they walked quickly, it took several minutes before they reached the gates of the City Lord's mansion. They could see black-robed messengers constantly coming and going throughout the mansion, and occasionally, immortal beings and realm masters could be seen entering and leaving. Chaos City is the only city in the primordial universe, the black-robed messenger said with a smile. In Chaos City, there are 3 treasures. Uchiha Madara listened carefully. As everyone knows, the first of these 3 treasures is naturally the laws of the universe visible to the naked eye. The black-robed messenger smiled. As for the second, it's within the city, in the City Lord's mansion. The third is outside primal Chaos City. What exactly is this treasure? The group of young people couldn't help but ask. The black-robed messenger gestured around. For eons, these rooftops of the surrounding cultivation residences have been inhabited by powerful individuals. While cultivating, they often experienced flashes of inspiration, even recording them on the ground before them. They would then carefully contemplate and ponder, and if they gained something, they would casually record it. Uchiha Dalmatian nodded. Indeed, comprehending the fundamental laws is a bit like a flash of inspiration, a sudden, vague understanding, which is then casually recorded. Graphics are more vivid than words. Just like some people who write a line of words on paper and can recall their original thoughts even years later, looking at them can sometimes find it difficult to recall the original purpose of writing them. However, if you print something on a computer, even years later, it can be difficult to recall the original purpose of writing it. Hand-carved patterns are excellent vehicles for enlightenment. For countless years, Chaos City has cultivated this tradition, the black-robed envoy lamented. Because records are purely impromptu and lack structure, many recordings are only fragmentary, so most serve only as a guide. But, over billions of years, among countless recordings of enlightenment, some have possessed profound and systematic cultivation value, the black-robed envoy stated solemnly. In Chaos City, we have 52 most precious Chaos Steles. Each one contains a wealth of mysterious patterns and other inscriptions. These 52 Chaos Steles represent 52 paths to cultivation, leading directly to the pinnacle. If you can fully comprehend one Chaos Stele, you will become a true super being in the universe. Even if you wish to establish a cosmic kingdom, it will be a piece of cake. Thousands of young men and women were thrilled. 52 Chaos Steles contain the path to the pinnacle. Comprehension of just one could mean the creation of a cosmic kingdom. These 52 Chaos Steles are the second treasure of our Chaos City, the black-robed envoy said with a smile. As for the third treasure, it's just outside Chaos City. A detailed description is on the stone tablet at the city gate. You'll find out for yourself. The crowd was filled with anticipation. The first and second treasures had been of immense benefit to everyone, and the third treasure was likely no less valuable. 52 Chaos Steles, the black-robed envoy declared. Every cultivator who enters the initial universe has one opportunity to comprehend them. Each person has 7 days to do so. 7 days? The crowd stared. So short? The Chaos Steles are our humanity's greatest treasure. They convey the path to the pinnacle more clearly than any other secret technique. 7 days of contemplation is more than enough for you. The black-robed envoy then walked towards the main gate of the City Lord's mansion. Come in, and prepare to choose your own chaos stele to observe. The city lord's mansion was vast. Even the rooftops of the ordinary cultivation residences were 100 meters long and wide. So you could imagine how vast the city lord's mansion was. Each person can only choose one chaos monument to observe and contemplate. The black-robed messenger led Madara and the others to the entrance of a dreamy corridor. The walls on both sides of the corridor were hung with huge paintings. Madara could tell at a glance that there were 52 paintings in total. There are 52 rubbings of paintings hanging on the corridor walls, each corresponding to a chaos monument. You will first examine these paintings. Although the paintings cannot convey the aura contained in the chaos monuments, they can at least give you a sense of it. You will examine these 52 paintings, and then decide which chaos monument to choose, the black-robed messenger said. The group of young people looked at the paintings on the corridor walls, somewhat dumbfounded. It turned out that they could choose which chaos monument to view based on the paintings. Each painting was a standard 10 meters long and wide, with a name next to it. I'll give you half an hour. The black-robed messenger stood at the outermost edge of the corridor. The group of geniuses began to watch. Uchiha Madara randomly selected a picture and began to examine it. The first depicted a towering ancient tree, its leaves already withered, and yellow countless leaves falling. With his conscious ability, he could instantly determine that the number of withered leaves floating in the air in this painting must have exceeded 10,000. The painting was filled with withered and fallen leaves, one after another. Some leaves still clung to the branches, and the ground was covered with fallen leaves. As he watched, Madara felt that the withered leaves drifting in the air were like soldiers, forming a military formation. The formation was incredibly complex. 100 leaves formed a complex formation, and with just one more leaf, the formation of 101 leaves suddenly became even more marvelous. Uchiha Madara formed a hand seal with both hands, and then dozens of white mists emerged. Dozens of shadow clones appeared simultaneously, traveling to other chaos monuments to choose the cosmic laws they would comprehend. Picture after picture, and silence reigned. With the exception of Uchiha Madara, each of the 1000 geniuses stared at the images like hungry wolves, their eyes ablaze. Previously, they'd been frustrated by the thought of choosing a chaos monument, but afterward, they were completely captivated. Fortunately, everyone had their own intelligent light-based computers to remind them, otherwise they might have only looked at one image in half an hour. Okay, half an hour's up. Tell me which chaos monument you chose, and I'll record it, the black-robed messenger shouted. Chapter 228, Chapters 45 to 46, Battle in the City. I choose the Cosmic Chaos Monument. This was Uchiha Madara's final choice. The laws contained within the Cosmic Chaos Monument are primarily the law of time and the law of space, two of the most advanced laws in the entire universe. The law of time was a newfound ability he had acquired after absorbing the fruit of the divine tree, seemingly innate. The law of space, on the other hand, was a fundamental law he had been exposed to continuously in his previous life, and was also very familiar to him. This chaos monument intrigued Uchiha Madara, as it wasn't simply the law of time or space, but a combination of both. Therefore, Uchiha Madara ultimately chose the Cosmic Chaos Monument. The black-robed messenger nodded. This was the Chaos Monument that many powerful figures in Chaos City believed was the most suitable for Uchiha Madara. I choose the Cosmic Chaos Monument, the death god Boran then announced, wishing to compare his choice with Uchiha Madara's. Are you sure you want the Cosmic Chaos Monument? The black-robed messenger asked, his attitude changing. The Cosmic Chaos Monument combines the law of time and the law of space. Bolan's talent lies primarily in the law of space. If Bolan chooses this Chaos Monument, his low understanding of the law of time will significantly slow his overall progress in understanding the Chaos Monument. I'm sure, Bolan said stubbornly. The black-robed messenger remained silent. After noting Bolan's choice, he waved his hand, signaling Bolan to leave. No matter how talented someone is, if they squander their talent, what good will it do? He'd seen countless geniuses lost in the crowd in his lifetime. He had fulfilled his duty of warning. Let him go. The black-robed messenger continued walking. After reaching the end of the corridor and recording his choices, he turned and said, I've sent your choices. Follow me. Uchiha Madara and the other 1000 people followed him out of the corridor and continued deeper. They soon arrived at an empty training ground in the city lord's mansion. The ground was vast, stretching dozens of kilometers long and wide. An ordinary person on Earth wouldn't be able to see the end at a glance, but Madara and the others could see everything clearly. In the empty training ground, the 1,000 people gathered, with the black-robed messenger standing in front of them. Currently, 52 chaos monuments are comprehending their chambers. 12 of these chambers are occupied, while the other 40 are empty. The black-robed messenger looked at the group before him. Now, I'll name these 40 chaos monuments. Yangshan Chaos Monument, Heartmark Chaos Monument. The black-robed messenger quickly recited the names of the 40 chaos monuments. Those who have chosen these 40 chaos steles, proceed directly to the entrance on the far left. You will be assigned to each of the secret chambers. The black-robed messenger pointed to the entrance, nearly 30 meters high, at the far left end of the training ground. Go ahead now. Instantly, at least 800 of the 1,000 young people vanished in a stream of light, leaving only a little over 100 remaining. The 139 of you will wait, the black-robed messenger said. The chaos stele Uchos is currently being comprehended. It is strictly forbidden to open the secret chamber and disturb others while they are comprehending. So, wait until they are finished, and then you can enter. The longest you will have to wait, the 139 of you, will be 3 days. Well, first, ascend to the tower of the city lord's mansion. The black-robed messenger pointed ahead. It's over there. Practice there first. I'll let you know when it's your turn. Ban, Luofeng, Rangjun, and the 139 young men and women could only proceed to the tower. What bad luck. Of the 52 chaos monuments, only 12 are currently being comprehended, and it's our turn. As the more than 100 young people walked along the street, Rangjun complained, feeling somewhat frustrated. Luofeng nodded, then asked, what did you choose? Me. The Great Axe Chaos Monument, the savage Rangjun said. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but look at Rangjun. He had just examined all the chaos monuments, and the Great Axe Chaos Monument was the one he considered to be among the top 3. If he was right, this Great Axe Chaos Monument must have been left behind by the Great Axe founder, humanity's strongest being, whom the Lord of the Kyanwu universe had mentioned to him. It had to be said that this was the right choice. Rangjun, I also chose the Giant Axe Chaos Monument. Wuka, a young man from Manchester, shouted from the moment he was speaking to the others. He ran over and whispered, do you know who left this Giant Axe Chaos Monument? Each Chaos Monument was left by a truly supreme being in the history of the universe. 52 Chaos Monuments have become humankind's greatest treasures. Who is it? Rangjun asked. Could it be related to the Giant Axe fighting arena? Luofeng wondered. Yes. Wukalion nodded and whispered, this Giant Axe Chaos Monument was left by the founder of the Giant Axe fighting arena, one of the 5 great factions. It holds incredible power. Once fully comprehended, it's simply heaven-defying. You will be the most supreme being in the entire universe. Founder of the Giant Axe fighting arena? Luofeng and Rangjun looked at each other. Oh my god. The 5 greatest beings in the universe. If we were to rank these 5 giants, a small fact would reveal that the 1008 universe nations across the entire universe hold 2 talent competitions every 10,000 years, one held by the Virtual Universe Company and one held at the Great Axe Arena. The most outstanding talents are selected by these 2 organizations. However, the First Universe Bank, the Galaxy Bank, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance do not follow this practice. Which of these 5 giants is more powerful? The Virtual Universe Company and the Great Axe Arena naturally have a slight advantage. As the founder of the Great Axe Arena, their status is far higher than that of the Lord of the 1008 universe nations. So I chose the Great Axe Chaos Monument, Wuka said proudly. And among those realm masters and immortals, the Great Axe Chaos Monument was the most chosen. Of course, each of the other 52 Chaos Monuments is also exceptional, otherwise they wouldn't be worthy of being ranked alongside the Great Axe Chaos Monument. Wuka consoled Luofeng. Luofeng, seriously comprehend your 9 Universe Chaos Monument. You still have a bright future. As he spoke, Wuka clutched his stomach and chuckled. Uchiha Madara also smiled slightly. These little guys really liven up the atmosphere. On the city lord's mansion tower, Uchiha Madara and over 100 others stood there, gazing into the distance. It was enormous. The entire Chaos City was enormous. As for the distant outskirts of Chaos City, it was already a blur of chaos, impossible to see clearly. Mainly because the entire primordial universe was filled with a vast amount of chaotic currents, which made it impossible to see very far. How comfortable. This primordial universe is much more comfortable than the original universe, a group of young people discussed. Madara also felt a profound sense of comfort, a sense of well-being sweeping through him upon arriving in the primordial universe. From the inside out, from mind to body, it felt incredibly comfortable. It's because of the primordial universe. A middle-aged man in a loose purple gold robe approached from a distance. Are you the new winners of the Virtual Universe Company's Genius competition? Yes, the geniuses nodded. You feel so comfortable because of this. The middle-aged man pointed to a stream of chaotic energy drifting by. We call this Chaos Ki. Different from the various cosmic energies with attributes in the primordial universe, and somewhat different from the single, mixed, cosmic energy, Chaos Ki is a unique force that nourishes all things. Of course you feel comfortable surrounded by Chaos Ki. The middle-aged man smiled. The geniuses suddenly understood. However, this energy is only found in the primordial universe. The middle-aged man in the purple gold robe shook his head. Even if we bring this energy back to the primordial universe, it will immediately disintegrate into various forces. As a group of young people conversed with this powerful figure on the city wall, suddenly, boom, in the distant chaos heaven and earth, a violent tremor erupted, the sound shaking the very earth. Whistle. A furious roar echoed throughout Chaos City, a terrifying force of lightning instantly piercing thousands of miles. The formidable warriors on the rooftops of Chaos City's training abodes opened their eyes and gazed into the distance. Uchiha Madara raised a brow, unable to help but look in that direction. This power must be of the immortal level, but someone actually dared to cause trouble in Chaos City? Perfect, he could use this opportunity to witness the power of the Chaos City Lord. In the distance, an immensely burly minotaur giant in bronze armor, like a deity between heaven and earth, wielding a massive axe rivaling his own size, swung the bloody axe directly at a fleeing super being whose entire body had transformed into lightning. The lightning force was the very force emanating from the super being as it fled. They dared to fight in Chaos City? The middle-aged man in a purple gold robe exclaimed in astonishment, gazing into the distance. Whittle, how could this minotaur be so foolish? Whittle has only been in Chaos City for a few days, and he's already fighting Leibo. Fighting in Chaos City is courting death, isn't it? Shrouded in a hazy chaotic aura, Chaos City stretched as far as the eye could see. Most of the cosmic masters atop the rooftops of the city's training residences opened their eyes and gazed at the two men in the distant sky. The pursued one, a powerful being wrapped in lightning, deliberately sent endless lightning piercing the entire sky above Chaos City. Roar. The tall, burly, and brutal minotaur giant, his eyes crimson, swung his astonishing axe in anger. His opponent fled, also raising his lightning spear. The surrounding space shattered, and chaotic air currents surged. Atop the city lord's tower, with the exception of Uchiha Madara, the group of smaller figures all looked pale, their faces like a swarm of ants. Most of the immortals they had encountered had been in the virtual universe, and those they encountered in reality had restrained their aura. This was the first time they had witnessed an immortal in true anger. With this rage, even the universe itself shattered with a single wave of their hands. He could destroy a planet with a flick of his hand. This was immortality. Madara shook his head. This power was far too weak. Even he could defeat this person with a single blow. Boom, a roar of anger echoed throughout the primordial chaotic universe, and for a moment, the entire world went dark. The spatial cracks in the sky, which had alternately shattered and mended, the flowing laws of the universe suddenly stopped. Even the chaotic air currents ceased to flow. In the distance, the two supremely powerful beings also stood still. Boom, a massive hand, formed entirely from the convergence of chaotic air currents, appeared above them, as if a mountain were its size. This chaotic hand suddenly slammed down, like the sky pressing down. Puff, puff. Under the horrified gazes of the two immortals, Witzel and Leibo, Two powerful immortals renowned throughout the 1008 universe instantly exploded into dust, as if crushing two pieces of tofu. Every powerful being within Chaos City watched helplessly. The two men were pulverized, their souls crumbling to dust as well. Sizzle. Sizzle. In the distance, the dust suddenly coalesced, forming two figures, a giant minotaur, the other the lean man with lightning swelling around him. Their faces paled. The lean man cried out, "City Lord, it was he who wanted to kill me. It was Witzel who wanted to kill me. I'm innocent. I only regret not being able to kill you." The minotaur, his eyes crimson, glared at the lean man, growling. "Foolish." The lean man sneered. "Ah." The minotaur roared in anger. But, with a single thought from the city lord, a single palm strike of chaotic energy, hundreds of thousands of miles apart, left two powerful immortals barely alive, completely powerless. This kind of control over attack power, truly terrifying. Third Law Enforcement Team, escort Witzer and Lei Bo out of the primordial universe. Imprison Witzer in the 9th Star Region prison, and Lei Bo in the 2nd Star Region prison. A deep voice, faintly metallic, echoed throughout the primordial universe. Yes. A resounding chorus echoed over Chaos City. 5 blood-red streams of light flew directly towards the Chaos City Law Enforcement Team. The two powerful immortals, already severely wounded and almost unable to resist, uttered no complaint, but obediently followed the team, departing on a blood-red spaceship. Inside that blood-red spaceship, Witzel, you're lucky no one died in this fight. If you'd killed anyone in Chaos City, you'd have been killed for sure, and wouldn't have simply been imprisoned in the 9th Star Region prison. The immortal law enforcement team member, clad in blood-red armor and carrying a strange, curved blade, shook his head. HMPH, the Minotaur giant growled, his face grim as he stared at the lean man in the distance. I only regret not being able to kill Lei Bo. Lei Bo. So what if you're hiding in Chaos City? I'll still come in and kill you. Fool, you still couldn't kill me after coming in, didn't you? This time I'm going to the 2nd prison, and you're going to the 9th Star Region prison. Haha, let's see how you die. Lei Bo laughed wildly. Die? How could I die if I didn't kill you? The Minotaur giant seemed ready to devour his opponent alive. They're so wounded they won't be able to recover for another century, and yet they're still going crazy. Quiet down, the 5 immortals from the law enforcement team shouted, finally halting the Minotaur giant and the lean man. Everything was moving at breakneck speed. The group of young men on the city walls were still a bit dazed, but the thousands of powerful warriors throughout Chaos City were calm. Only a few chatted with the familiar figures Witzel and Lei Bo, while most continued their cultivation. After all, time in Chaos City was too precious. Even one spot for an immortal to enter was incredibly valuable. They didn't have the time to waste on just 2 people. Chapter 229 Chapters 47 to 48 Cosmic Chaos Monument. They were all turned to dust, yet they are still alive. I guarantee those 2 were shattered to death. What do you know? These 2 immortals have cultivated to the level of immortal body. The spiritual imprint is completely embedded in every cell of their bodies. Even if their souls were shattered and reduced to ash, as long as a single cell fragment remains, it will quickly absorb energy and body fragments, swiftly restoring them to wholeness. Immortal body? I heard that among the immortals, only a few can reach this level. Those 2 immortals are nothing. The city lord who made the final move is terrifying. The city lord didn't even show up, just a thought. The entire universe stopped functioning. Even the threads of lore and secret patterns in the spatial rift stopped moving. The group of geniuses excitedly discussed what had happened, some shocked and excited by the previous events, especially the city lord's final move. It made everyone's blood boil. Because everyone could see that without even showing his face, the city lord had controlled the entire universe surrounding Chaos City. What a concept. All the laws of the universe ceased to operate around Chaos City. In an instant, the universe was forcibly interrupted. What level of power was this? It was simply incredible. To be the lord of Chaos City, one's status is probably higher than that of any other cosmic ruler. In the entire universe, one is considered the pinnacle of existence. With a single thought, one can bring the surrounding space to a standstill. Many were completely stunned. The Lord of Chaos City, it felt like the master of the universe. Yes, the master. Uchiha Madara's eyes also lit up. Too powerful, truly too powerful. Is this the master of the universe? Such power was simply unimaginable. It felt as if the universe was the Lord of Chaos City. The Lord of Chaos City was the universe itself. The original universe. There is only Chaos City. It is older than many cosmic kingdoms. The Lord of Chaos City is the true pinnacle of existence in the vast universe. Bolin held his breath. He was confident in his journey to immortality, and even had the perseverance to strive for becoming a cosmic ruler. No matter what, at least it was something tangible and visible. A cosmic ruler, founding a cosmic kingdom, would endure for billions of years without falling. It's already unattainable. It's estimated that across the entire universe, humanity only produces a single universe lord every billion years. Imagine the difficulty. As for the even higher Lord of Chaos City, it resonates with everyone, as if they were children, gazing at the sky. They are mortals, while the Lord of Chaos City is God. This sense of insignificance makes one question, is this a realm mortals can even reach? In ancient Chaos City, a group of young people, perched atop the city walls, gazed up at the cosmic cracks that rippled freely across the sky. Within those crevices, shimmering threads of secret patterns drifted and entangled, and as they watched, they faintly sensed the strange fluctuations of various fundamental laws mingling within. Each of them had crossed the threshold of the fundamental laws, naturally immersing themselves in them. Warriors and spiritualists who hadn't even crossed the threshold could only watch in amazement. It was a thrill. Over 100 of them, each one a child of destiny, a peerless genius in any universe. But even more exceptional geniuses emerge every 5,000 years. How many geniuses would there be in a billion years? But since the beginning of humanity in the primordial universe, in the countless vast passage of time, how many lords of chaos have emerged? It was a shock. Each of these gifted individuals harbored a deep-seated rage. Even if they couldn't become lords of chaos, they could at least become lords of the universe. But reason told them, even the most gifted, such as Bolin, had a probability of becoming Lord of the Universe of perhaps 1 in 10 million, let alone them. Uchiha Madara, Bolin, the rest of you, follow me to the training chamber of the Cosmic Chaos Monument. A black-robed messenger arrived at the castle, and announced several names. Madara, Bolin, and several other geniuses immediately followed him to the training chamber. The city lord's mansion was vast, its buildings covering 1,000 miles in radius. The black-robed messenger led Madara and the others through a corridor about 60 meters wide and 120 meters high. On either side of the corridor, they saw towering bronze gates, each about 160 meters long and 120 meters high. Ancient calligraphy adorned each gate. Mother, Great Axe, Dragon's Wanderer. Before each bronze gate stood a kind-looking elder. Strangely, each elder looked identical. There are 52 gates here, representing the entrances to the Chaos Monument's secret chambers. The black-robed messenger smiled. Right ahead is a gate to the Cosmic Chaos Monument's training chamber. Yeah, we're there. Madara gazed at the massive bronze gates before him. These ancient bronze gates, hundreds of millions of years old, were emblazoned with the word universe, the universal language of the universe. Standing at 120 meters, they commanded awe. Beside the gates, stood an elder with a vertical eye between his brows, identical to every other elder standing before them. Lord Candly, the black-robed envoy bowed. Yes, the three-eyed elder smiled at Madara and the others before him. A new batch of young men from the Virtual Universe Company? Yes, the black-robed envoy said respectfully, then turned to Madara and the others. This is Lord Candly, guardian of the Chaos Monument training chambers. These 52 Chaos Monuments standing in front of the training chambers are each one of Lord Candly's clones. Lord Candly has guarded these 52 chambers for over a million epochs and is a respected figure in our Chaos City. Wow. The group of young people stared in shock at the seemingly ordinary and benevolent three-eyed elder. It turned out that all 52 training chambers were guarded by clones of the same person. As one of the 3 treasures of chaos, the 52 Chaos Monuments were incredibly important. How powerful must one person be to have 52 clones guarding them? And for over a million epochs. Uchiha Madara and Bolin? Candly smiled at Madara and Bolin, clearly familiar with both. I understand Uchiha Madara choosing this cosmic chaos monument, but why did you, Bolin, choose this one? Bolin remained silent. It's great to be young, Kanda chuckled, ignoring Bolin. Do you know who founded this cosmic chaos monument? Kanda smiled, looking at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was even more talented than Cody back then, arguably one of humanity's most powerful. I don't know, but I know the creator of this cosmic chaos monument must be someone extraordinary. I chose this chaos monument, not just because it's the most suitable, but also because, like the Great Axe Chaos Monument, it strikes me as one of the top 3 of the 52 chaos monuments, Uchiha Madara said calmly. Young people are formidable. The average person can't see these things. Just taking a quick look, how much do you think you've seen through the cosmic chaos monuments? Kanda asked. Roughly speaking, I think I've seen 7, but I don't know if I can see through the 8th, Uchiha Madara said calmly. Great. Kanda was a little excited. 7 seats, that's already the entry level for a cosmic grandmaster. I look forward to the day you challenge the Skybound Bridge. I'm looking forward to it too, Uchiha Madara replied. The Skybound Bridge was actually a way to test one's Chaos Monument cultivation. Master Kandri, a voice rang out at that moment. Swish. An ape-like youth, wearing a golden hoop on his head and combat boots, exuding a fierce aura, appeared in front of the bronze gate in an instant. He bowed respectfully to Kandri, then glanced at Madara and the others, beaming. Master Kandri, it seems I've arrived at the right time. I can go in with them and meditate together. If I were a little later, I'd have to wait another 7 days. Oh, you've made a breakthrough? Kandri smiled at the ape-like youth. Yes, I've successfully passed the 6th level assessment, giving you another 7 days of opportunity to meditate, the ape-like youth said. Kandri closed his eyes for a few seconds, then opened them and nodded. Yes, you do have another 7 days of opportunity to meditate. New? Bolin, who was in the crowd nearby, wondered. The first time you enter Chaos City, you're granted 7 days of contemplation. Now it seems, meeting certain conditions and passing certain tests will grant you another opportunity. They didn't yet understand how to gain another chance to comprehend the Chaos Monument, but they believed they would soon understand. After all, they were supposed to stay in Chaos City for 30 years. They waited quietly. For about 5 or 6 minutes, a rumble of energy swirled through the bronze gates, revealing the inner chamber swirling with chaotic air. Everyone, come out. Kandri shouted, peering inside. His voice echoed throughout the chamber, and soon, figures flew out in a swift, chaotic current, many clutching their heads. One tall, burly young man, with 6 eyes on his forehead, glanced back unwillingly, but ultimately chose to leave. You all, go in now, Kandri said, looking at the group before him. After 7 days, when the gate opens, you must come out immediately. Do you understand? Understood, the group nodded. Yes, Kandli nodded. Go in. The group, filled with trepidation, immediately entered. The training chamber was enormous, swelling with chaotic energy. Looking carefully inside, Ban could faintly discern the chaotic energy surrounding a massive stone tablet. Is that the Cosmic Chaos Tablet? As he approached the tablet, he could see it clearly. It was 100 meters tall and nearly 100 meters wide, covered in 9 images. Along the edges of the tablet were inscribed the universal language of the universe GUIU. Each image was identical to the one on the GUIU Chaos tablet he had seen on the corridor mural, yet they felt distinctly different. He had seen the 9 images on the entire Neo Chaos tablet before, so he knew what they were. The first image was of scattered raindrops, but a careful count revealed 9. The second image was of a steady drizzle, and a careful count revealed 36 raindrops. The third picture was of a rainstorm, with densely packed raindrops, a full 108 raindrops upon closer counting. The fourth picture was of a starry sky, depicting a planet orbited by 4 satellites. The fifth picture was of a star system, depicting a star orbited by 12 planets, each with its own satellites. The sixth picture was of a galaxy, a vast expanse of densely packed planets. The seventh picture depicted what looked like a bizarre monster. The eighth picture depicted 2 even more bizarre monsters. The ninth picture depicted countless bizarre monsters, too numerous to count. Uchiha Madara took a quick look at the first 7 pictures, and the secrets of the first 7 were clear to him. But starting with the 8th picture, his brow furrowed. His cursory glance from outside the door had shown him that he hadn't understood the 8th picture, and now, after a closer look, he realized he was still quite far behind. However, Uchiha Madara was actually excited. Progress. He could progress rapidly. If he fell behind, he could catch up. There was nothing to fear. Uchiha Madara's entire mind was instantly immersed in it. The 2 monsters transformed into infinite artistic conception in his mind. The Cosmic Chaos Monument, one of the most precious treasures of Chaos City and the entire human race, was truly profound. The aura and laws contained within it could unconsciously guide others to comprehend and improve. Because of its preciousness, many came to comprehend it, and that's why the limit was set. The first visitor to Chaos City would have one opportunity to comprehend it. After that, it would depend on one's own understanding. Resources were limited. Only the truly powerful would be granted 1, 2, 3 opportunities to comprehend it. Each opportunity lasted only 7 days. In the training chamber, Uchiha Madara, Bolan, and the others were completely immersed in their practice, unaware of the passage of time. Boom, the huge bronze door roared open, but Madara and the others remained engrossed, not waking up. Come out. A voice boomed, flooding everyone's mind. Come out. Come out. Come out. Come out. The voice echoed in their minds, growing louder and louder, instantly waking everyone up. The resonant roar in their minds made even Madara cover his head. Whoosh, 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 they rushed out. The moment they burst through the threshold, the resonating voice in their minds instantly faded, and a sense of relief washed over them. Is it over? Madara glanced back at the training room as he stepped out. However, the chaotic air swirled around the room, making it impossible to see the Chaos Monument. His gains from this Chaos Monument comprehension were unimaginable to others. He could tangibly feel his progress. If he came a few more times, he might even be able to comprehend the 8th diagram of the Cosmic Chaos Monument. Death God Bolan's face darkened. He had only grasped the secrets of the first diagram. Was the gap between them really that great? But this is not the fault of the god of death, Bolan. Although his law of space is very strong, and it is possible for him to reach the level of the 3rd or even 4th picture, his law of time is too weak. In this way, he can only be far behind Uchiha Madara. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Chapters 49 to 50. Tangshan Bridge. Where can I gain days of enlightenment here? Uchiha Madara asked Kandri directly upon emerging from the meditation room. The Sky Bridge. Every level of the Sky Bridge you cross will grant you 7 additional days of enlightenment, Kandri said with a smile. Was Uchiha Madara going to cross the Sky Bridge? He was eagerly anticipating the outcome. And where is the Sky Bridge? Uchiha Madara continued to inquire. Once you enter the virtual universe network, apply to enter the Sky Bridge, and then you'll know everything, Kandri said. But before that, I suggest you find a place to live. After all, you'll be living there for the next 30 years. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, Uchiha Madara separated from the others, and began searching for a training residence. Chaos City covers a vast area. Aside from a few unique structures, each training residence is virtually identical. Most of the doors are pale white, indicating they have no owner. Where should I choose as my residence for the next 30 years? Madara pondered for a moment. Let's pick a quieter place near the center of Chaos City. The City Lord's mansion was the very center of Chaos City. Surrounding the City Lord's mansion were numerous training residences, many of which were deserted. Madara quickly chose a more secluded one. He stood in front of the training residence's door, his hand on it. Tick, tick, tick. The door gradually began to tick, and the color of the door gradually darkened, from pale white to dark gray, then stopped changing. Welcome, Master, an electronic voice chimed. Yes. Madara entered the training residence. The first floor was a large living room, fully equipped with state-of-the-art facilities. The electronic voice continued, I'm a service intelligence. During your stay, Master, I will serve you. If you need anything, such as food or drink, please tell me. Yes. Madara ascended the stairs, vanishing into a shadow, and instantly reached the third floor rooftop. There were also some random inscriptions of insights left by previous practitioners on the rooftop, though they were completely unstructured. While one could vaguely sense a unique artistic conception, having witnessed the 52 Chaos Monuments, such random and chaotic inscriptions held little interest. Time was precious in the primordial universe, and it couldn't be wasted on inefficient tasks. From today on, I will truly begin my years of cultivation in Chaos City. Madara looked around. In the distance, he could see diligent practitioners on the rooftops of their residences. Their appearances varied, some with hair incredibly long, as if unto shade in years. Advanced Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe, Mana 100, Uchiha Mountain Primordial Area. Madara appeared within the manor. Your Highness. A group of servants and guards saluted. Yes, Madara said, his head twitching. Applying to enter the Tangshan Bridge. Understood. The fist-sized virtual assistant on Madara's shoulder immediately began contacting the virtual universe's main system to submit the application. Soon, a voice echoed in Madara's mind. Identity confirmed. Uchiha Madara. You have been granted permanent access to the Tangshan Bridge. I hope you will strive to reach the end of the Tangshan Bridge. Transmitting now. With a swish, Madara vanished from the manor. The virtual universe, a special dimension. This dimension was a boundless ocean, its waters surging as far as the eye could see. And on this ocean, lay a single beautiful island. 52 ports bordered this beautiful island, each with an endless bridge stretching out to the very edge of the world. As if reaching the distant horizon, these 52 bridges completely enveloped the ocean. A faint mist hung above the waves, making it impossible to discern what lay beneath. The mist lingered on the bridges, creating a dreamlike illusion. Madara suddenly appeared in the central square of the island. Uchiha Madara is here. Balin has already cleared 2 levels of the Tangshan Bridge. I wonder how many more he can clear. Several young men were already around, including the god of death Balin. Madara saw that they were all part of the group that had gone with him to comprehend the Cosmic Chaos Monument. Do you know what this place is? Madara asked. Ask the Lord Guardian. They pointed to a nearby spot. Not far away in the square, stood a man in a black star-shaped robe. He had 4 ears but no nose. He approached with a smile on his face. Hello, Uchiha Madara. I'm Bafin, the guardian of the Tangshan Bridge Plain, but I prefer to be called the Guardian. Hello, Uchiha Madara said calmly. Let me introduce you. Guardian Bafin nodded. This Tangshan Bridge Plain was created in response to the 52 Chaos Monuments in Chaos City. Because our cosmic race has comprehended the 52 Chaos Monuments for eons, 52 schools have formed within Chaos City, Guardian Bafin lamented. For example, you all comprehend the Cosmic Chaos Monument, so you naturally belong to the Cosmic School. While comprehending the same Chaos Monument, there are varying levels of comprehension. Only those with the highest strength will be granted another opportunity by Chaos City to comprehend the monuments. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed. Another opportunity to comprehend, that was exactly what he needed. After comprehending the Cosmic Chaos Monument, he had a clear direction for his future cultivation. The thrill of progress was addictive. If he could comprehend the monuments more often, it would surely bring him tangible progress. How do you prove your strength? It's not just words, Guardian Bafin said with a smile. So, we created the Sky Bridge Plane in the virtual universe. The further you cross it, the stronger you become. This island has 52 sky bridges, corresponding to 52 Chaos Monuments. You're here to comprehend the Chaos Monuments, so cross the Cosmic Sky Bridge. This Cosmic Sky Bridge is incredibly long, requiring you to continuously ascend, level after level. There are a total of 30 levels. If you successfully pass the first level, you gain an opportunity to comprehend. Each additional level you pass gives you another. Guardian Bafin smiled at Madara. Oh, Uchiha Madara suddenly understood. That's right. They'd met that ape-like youth before, and he'd said, well, successfully passing the 6th level gives you an additional 7 days of comprehending opportunities. Clearly, each level gained an additional opportunity to comprehend. But the bridge to heaven is very difficult to cross, Guardian Bafin lamented. Little guys like you usually can't even get past the first level at first. The bridge to heaven has 30 levels. The further you go, the deeper your understanding of the cosmic chaos monument. If you completely comprehend it, you can cross all 30 levels, but it's too difficult. Immortals usually reach the 10th level, Guardian Baffin lamented. If you reach the 18th level, you're practically invincible among the immortals. Reach the 21st level, and you'll become the Lord of the Universe. Reach the 21st level, and you'll become the Lord of the Universe. Becoming the Lord of the Universe is incredibly difficult, so you can imagine how difficult reaching the 21st level is. Becoming an immortal is also difficult, so reaching the 10th level is actually quite a feat. As for the top 30 levels, that can only be achieved by comprehending the entire cosmic chaos monument, which is far too far away. Go for it. Guardian Baffin smiled. This is the path to the pinnacle. Plenty of people in the universe follow these 52 schools. And once you pass the 18th floor, you'll instantly become a permanent resident of Chaos City. No additional requirements required. Permanent resident of Chaos City? Passing the 18th floor. Huh. He could give it a try. The previous person who entered failed. Guardian Baffin looked at Madara and the others. Next, challenge the cosmic bridge. You're the only one who hasn't made it. Uchiha Madara rubbed his hands in anticipation. He wanted to clear the 21st floor, the symbol of the Lord of the Universe, all in one go. But judging by the current situation, it was clearly no easy task. The geniuses around him, though far inferior in level to him, hadn't even made it past the first floor. It was truly a stretch. Guardian Baffin smiled at Uchiha Madara. Your batch, including the nearly 900 people tested previously, has tested nearly 90%. Of all those people, except for one, Bolan, none have made it past the first level. Bolan is very strong. He passed the first and second levels in a row, earning 2 additional opportunities for enlightenment. Guardian Baffin exclaimed. Well, let me test the strength of this so-called sky bridge. Whoosh. Uchiha Madara transformed into a fleeting shadow and flew directly towards a distant sky bridge stretching to the ends of the earth. From afar, he could see a stone tablet in front of the bridge, with the word universe emblazoned on it. The sky bridge stretched to the ends of the earth, shrouded in misty white fog, and the sea below surged. The moment Uchiha Madara stepped into the sky bridge, a voice echoed in his mind. I just received an email from the Virtual Universe Company. Uchiha Madara glanced at it, and understood the content clearly. This was the rules for the points reward. Points? Uchiha Madara stood on the sky bridge, feeling a surge of delight. Within the Virtual Universe Company, there were many incredibly valuable items. Things like 5th tier telekinetic weapons cost only around 10 points, while items like life fruits could be redeemed for anything. This abundance of resources was staggering, but they had to be redeemed with points. You might possess immense wealth, but within the Virtual Universe Company, only points were accepted for redemption. There are many ways to redeem points. Right now in Chaos City, there's one way to earn points: cross the sky bridge. The sky bridge has 30 floors. Clear the first floor, and you'll receive 100 points. Clear the second floor, and you'll receive another 200 points. Clear the third floor, and you'll receive another 400 points. They'll double in that order, and then there'll be 800, 1600, 3200. Uchiha Madara did a quick calculation, and realized that, if he reached the 21st floor, he'd have nearly 100 million points. However, clearing the 21st floor would grant him the title of Lord of the Universe, demonstrating just how difficult it is to earn points. However, the ML also explained that Madara was a newcomer to Chaos City. For young talents, the Virtual Universe Company had a special reward system. Anyone who crossed the sky bridge within 30 years would receive a 10-fold bonus on their points. In other words, within those 30 years, if Madara cleared the first level, he'd receive 1000 points. Clearing the second level would earn him another 2000 points, and so on. This 10-fold bonus was only available to newcomers entering Chaos City for the first time. Future entries wouldn't be eligible for such a treat. A glimmer of fire shone in Madara's eyes. Come on, this time, he was going to get at least a billion points. Asterisk originally, the rewards per level were 100, 200. Now, it was 1000, 2000. This was a special reward for the younger generation. However, precisely because of their youth, most of them were only just beginning to understand the fundamental laws of the universe. Didn't you hear what Guardian Baffin said earlier? Of the 1000 geniuses in the Virtual Universe Company's current batch, nearly 900 have already been tested, and with the exception of one, Bolan, none of them made it past the first level. Want points? Difficult. But Uchiha Madara is the biggest exception. Breakthrough. Uchiha Madara looked at the Tangshan bridge stretching to the end of the clouds. His eyes narrowed, and then transformed into a stream of light and flew away. Chaos City. There are probably several ways to become a permanent resident of Chaos City, but the most remarkable one is to break through the 18th level of the Tangshan bridge. Anyone who can break through the 18th level of the Tangshan bridge is an unrivaled existence among the immortals, and they are qualified to establish a sect in Chaos City. Luo Feng exclaimed. 52 sects. There are indeed many sects. Rang Jun nodded slightly. It's amazing to be able to found a sect. Luo Feng said. They all have extremely high achievements in their respective sects. However, if you want to enter those sects and listen to the lectures of those powerful people, you need to at least reach the 3rd level of the Tangshan bridge. Chaos City prohibits fighting. It is a holy place for cultivation for the human race and the entire universe. There are 52 major sects here, and many powerful people in each sect have created some sects. And the masters who can be recognized by the City Lord's mansion and are qualified to create sects must at least be able to pass the 18th level. Those sect masters are purely lecturing. The disciples under their command listen to the lectures. Those who are qualified to attend the lectures must be able to pass the first 3 levels of the Tangshan bridge. If you can't even pass the first 3 levels, you are not qualified to attend the lectures. The 52 Chaos Monuments are of different levels of profundity. Luo Feng sighed. As a result, there are 52 Tangshan bridges, some of which have only 21 levels, some have 24 levels, some have 27 levels, and the highest is 32 levels. Of these 52 Chaos Monuments, only the Great Axe Chaos Monument has a 32-story sky bridge, followed by the Cosmic Chaos Monument with 30 stories. At this time, all the geniuses received a message from their virtual assistant. Uchiha Madara passed the first level of the Cosmic Sky Bridge. Uchiha Madara passed the second level of the Cosmic Sky Bridge. Uchiha Madara passed the third level of the Cosmic Sky Bridge. Immediately, the news spread among the geniuses like a screen full of messages. Chapter 231. Alarming the Four Sides. Have you heard? Uchiha Madara is crossing the Sky Bridge. What? Uchiha Madara has started crossing the Sky Bridge. How many levels has he reached now? He's already made it to the 4th level. He's already made it to the 4th level? Even Boran, the greatest genius in a million years, only managed to cross 2 levels at once. Uchiha Madara is completely crushing him. To be hailed as the greatest genius in human history, he's certainly no pushover. Why don't you go and see? He's still crossing the Sky Bridge. No one knows what level he can reach. Look. This is such a big deal. We have to see it. Let's hurry to the Sky Bridge plane. If we wait too long, I'm afraid Uchiha Madara will have already made it. Then let's go. Let's go. Upon hearing this news, the 1000 geniuses in this Universe Genius tournament immediately rushed to the Sky Bridge plane. Most of them might not even be able to cross the 4th level of the Sky Bridge even after 30 years. Uchiha Madara's record was something they could only look up to. However, as the old saying goes, if someone is only slightly better than you, you might feel competitive, jealous, and envious. But if someone is vastly superior, then all you can feel is admiration and admiration. This is how Uchiha Madara currently feels to these geniuses. He's now hailed as the greatest genius in human history. Within these 1000 geniuses lies a sense of anticipation, the prospect of witnessing the birth and rise of a legend. This will give them plenty of bragging rights once they leave Chaos City. Do you know Uchiha Madara? When he broke the cosmic record by crossing the Sky Bridge, I was there, watching and witnessing it firsthand. In reality, those who were shocked included not only the 1000 geniuses accompanying Uchiha Madara, but also many of Chaos City's permanent residents. Already reached the 5th level? Holy crap, how is this kid so fast? 9 Swords Venerable, back then you only made it past the 3rd level when you first challenged the Tangshan Bridge, didn't you? 9 Swords Venerable, the primary leader of this cosmic genius tournament, a cosmic venerable renowned for tens of millions of years or even longer, his strength ranked above average among cosmic venerables. Yet, even such a figure only managed to reach the 3rd level the first time he challenged the Tangshan Bridge. In comparison, Uchiha Madara's single pass breakthrough of the 5th level is incredibly astonishing. Remember, that's just a stellar level cultivator. Before entering Chaos City, stellar level cultivators didn't have the Chaos Monuments to aid their comprehension of the laws. There's no comparison. Back then, I was a late game performer, but Uchiha Madara's limits are far beyond that. Just wait and see. This time, our human race might produce a Tangshan Bridge feat that will shock the entire universe, 9 Swords Venerable said with some resignation. Having interacted with Uchiha Madara, he knew that his understanding of the truer laws had likely reached the level of a cosmic venerable, specifically the laws of time and space, precisely meeting the requirements of the 2 laws of the cosmic Tangshan monument. After today, the universe would likely experience a massive tremor. 9 Swords Venerable's mind shifted, and his attention turned to the Tangshan Bridge plane, with another wry smile. In the short time he had just spent chatting, Uchiha Madara had already broken through the 6th and 7th levels of the Tangshan Bridge, and reached the 8th. Even a rocket wouldn't have been that fast. Deep within Chaos City, the Lord of Chaos City also opened his eyes, and turned his gaze to the Tangshan Bridge plane of the virtual universe. At this point, Uchiha Madara had already passed the 12th level of the cosmic Tangshan Bridge, reaching the level of a regular immortal. The Cosmic Chaos Monument was created by the Lord of Chaos City. As its founder, he best understood the difficulty of comprehending the Cosmic Chaos Monument, or rather, the difficulty of comprehending the laws of time and space. Ordinary star-level cultivators probably wouldn't even be qualified to encounter the law of time. Even Bolin was the same. The reason he was able to pass the 1st and 2nd levels of the Cosmic Bridge was entirely due to his own understanding of the law of space, which had already reached the 5th or even 6th level, ultimately forcing his results higher. As for Uchiha Madara, the Chaos City Lord believed he wouldn't be wrong. He was most likely already comprehending both the laws of time and space to the level of a venerable. Furthermore, his physical strength and telekinesis were not weaknesses. Therefore, Uchiha Madara's ultimate achievement was likely to exceed everyone's expectations, including his own. Even Cody, back then, only made it to the 12th level on his first attempt at the bridge. The Chaos City Lord suddenly noticed a message from someone in the virtual universe. He appeared in the virtual universe, greeted by the Great Axe founder. Uchiha Madara has begun your cosmic bridge, right? I heard he's already past the 12th level. You've gained another outstanding disciple, the Great Axe founder said with a smile. Yes, this is not only my good fortune, but also the good fortune of all humanity. He's even more talented than Cody. This time, I won't let any alien race take advantage of me, the Chaos City Lord said solemnly. Cody's death back then was a profound blow to the Chaos City Lord. By the way, I found some new information here. Would you like to take a look? It's related to Uchiha Madara, said the Great Axe founder. What information? The Chaos City Lord asked. In this year's Universe Genius Tournament, besides Uchiha Madara taking first place, there's also a guy named Dou Feng who's in the top 5. One of my people noticed that Uchiha Madara and Dou Feng both hail from the same asteroid. The same asteroid, a relatively unknown one in the Qianwu universe, yet it produced two geniuses who could rank in the top 5 of the Universe Genius Tournament. You know how rare that is. So I looked it up, and sure enough, there's something fishy about this asteroid called Earth, said the Great Axe founder. What's the fishy thing? The Chaos City Lord asked. This asteroid called Earth, if I'm not mistaken, is the same asteroid that the Hermit transformed back then, said the Great Axe founder. Hermit? The Chaos City Lord frowned. Yes, said the Great Axe founder. Chapter 232, 18th floor. The name Zeduo Shanke isn't particularly well known among the powerful humans below the level of the Lord of the Universe. However, for the Lords of the Universe, it's a household name. If the Great Axe Founder and the Chaos City Lord are the second and third most skilled masters of humanity, respectively, then Zeduo Shanke is undeniably the most skilled. If Earth was created by Zeduo Shanke, then the emergence of a genius like Uchiha Madara is certainly possible. Anyway, let's first see how Uchiha Madara's Sky Bridge performs. Okay. The Sky Bridge, spanning the boundless sea, stretched to the ends of heaven and earth. At this point, Uchiha Madara had already passed the 14th level of the Sky Bridge, and a vast cloud of mist appeared at its end. Choose your opponent. You can choose a warrior, a mind controller, or a mind illusionist. Defeat your opponent, and you'll have passed the second level of the Universal Bridge. I choose warrior. Uchiha Madara floated in mid-air, his calm eyes fixed on the vast cloud before him. Suddenly, a ball of black liquid flew out of the vast cloud before him. The black liquid quickly condensed in midair into a mysterious figure in a white robe. He carried two combat weapons, and his entire being exuded an undeniable spirit. The mysterious figure, carrying two swords on his back, looked at Uchiha Madara coldly. Draw your weapons. You, unworthy, Uchiha Madara said calmly. HMPH. A star level warrior trying to reach the 15th level? That's a level only for the Marquis Immortal level. You've made it through the first 14 levels, which is impressive, but today, on this 15th level, you'll be slain by my sword. The mysterious figure snorted coldly, stepped onto the bridge, and rushed towards Luo Feng like a sharp lightning bolt, drawing two swords from his back. Uchiha Madara extended his right hand and gently descended from the sky. Infinite force descended from the sky with the might to split mountains and sunder seas. Such a powerful force. The mysterious man was shocked, and he crossed his two swords on his forehead, trying to resist the blow head on. Boom. The next moment, the mysterious man was completely crushed to the ground, forced to kneel on one knee, gritting his teeth to resist the immense pressure from the sky. The mysterious man roared. Time and space are changing. The next moment, the mysterious man appeared in another place, gasping loudly, staring at Uchiha Madara in shock. This is a star level? Who can tell him that this is really a star level? How can a star level person crush a Marquis Immortal level person in their understanding of the laws? I thought this challenger was a joke, but now it seems that he is the joke. This is too outrageous. Uchiha Madara slowly turned around and used the same move again, but this time, a wave of space-time fluctuations emanated from him. The mysterious man had just thought something was amiss and attempted to use space-time transformation again to escape, but this time, he discovered that, no matter how he activated his power of laws, the surrounding space and time seemed to remain unchanged. Space-time blockade? The mysterious man's expression changed drastically. Uchiha Madara's understanding of the laws of time and space was so profound that it could completely limit his power. Even a king immortal couldn't achieve this level. Where on earth had this monstrous star-level monster emerged? It was truly outrageous. A tremendous pressure descended from the sky, instantly crushing the mysterious man into dust, leaving him with no chance of resurrection. Uchiha Madara calmly withdrew his right hand, his white robe fluttering in the wind, and continued his flight towards the 16th floor. He had only just passed the 15th floor. He felt no pressure at all. He continued to descend, pushing his limits. On the Tangshan Bridge plane of the Virtual Universe network, nearly 10,000 figures had already appeared on the beautiful island. Chaos City had few residents, but a significant number had arrived at once. How many levels of Tangshan Bridge has Uchiha Madara reached? A king-level invincible immortal asked. Uchiha Madara has reached the 18th level, and the battle there is about to begin, said the defender, Baffin. He was undoubtedly the person in Chaos City who knew the Tangshan Bridge plane best. Play Uchiha Madara's battle footage in real time. The king-level invincible immortal's expression changed. Generally speaking, reaching the 18th level of Tangshan Bridge would qualify one as a king-level immortal. If one reached the 20th level, one would be considered an invincible king-level immortal. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Madara's current achievements were truly astonishing. At the end of the 18th level of Tangshan Bridge, I choose the master. Uchiha Madara grinned. He knew full well that reaching the 18th level of Tangshan Bridge would already be considered a king-level immortal, and this should pique his interest somewhat. A mysterious figure appeared. Young man, as a star-level cultivator, you've made it to the 18th level of Tangshan Bridge. Your talent is undoubtedly the greatest of all those who have participated in the Tangshan Bridge trial. However, your path to victory will soon end. Whether it's over or not, it's too early to say. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Immediately, a pitch-black Dao-seeking jade appeared in his hand, and he hurled it. The mysterious figure on the opposite side mobilized a vast amount of mental energy, mobilizing a bizarre weapon. 9 massive black swords condensed in the air, resonating with each other like roots. Then, abruptly converging, they formed a vast circular field, pierced by countless sword energies. Don't assume that, just because you can pass the 17th level, you can easily pass the 18th level. My 18th level is far more difficult than the 17th. The mysterious figure pointed a finger at Uchiha Madara, and a massive black sword burst forth from the sword field, piercing Uchiha Madara with a fierce thrust, like a divine judgment. Opposite the mysterious man, a seemingly ordinary, pitch-black, truth-seeking jade slowly flew forward. The difference in power between this tiny truth-seeking jade and the massive black sword was simply too great, offering no chance of resistance. Everyone held their breath. Could Uchiha Madara cross the 18th level Tangshan Bridge, representing the immortality of the king? Could Uchiha Madara create a miracle in human history that would be absolutely unsurpassed? Just how far could Uchiha Madara go? Soon, the results were revealed, and exclamations echoed. What? How is this possible? Chapter 233, the 22nd floor. How did he do that? How on earth did he do that? Voices brimmed with disbelief. What had just happened had profoundly impacted their perspectives. The seemingly insignificant black sphere that Uchiha Madara had just unleashed had directly shattered the massive black long sword wielded by the Tangshan Bridge gatekeeper. The 9 swords combined into one. Without a single shred of resistance, this tiny insignificant black sphere was vastly superior to the Tangshan Bridge gatekeeper's black long sword, a difference of at least 10 times. Such a massive disparity in mass was practically impossible in a battle of this magnitude, yet it had actually occurred before their very eyes. This event undoubtedly had a profound impact on their perspectives. Not only the 1,000 geniuses of the Uchiha class, but even the invincible immortals and the cosmic supremes were perplexed by the origins of Uchiha Madara's attack. Suddenly, Kandri, possessing tens of millions of clones, and having resided in Chaos City for tens of millions of years, spoke up. This color, this unparalleled dominance, could this be the legendary law of chaos? Lord Kandri, what exactly is the law of chaos? Could it be even more powerful than the law of time and the law of space? A king-level immortal asked in confusion. At the level of a king-level immortal, the vision was still unable to grasp the true nature of the law of chaos. Oh, of course the law of chaos is more powerful than the law of time and the law of space, because it is a fusion of the law of time and the law of space. Or, more precisely, the law of chaos is the ultimate fusion of all laws in the universe. The universe was created by an explosion. Before the universe came into being, the world was a formless chaos. Therefore, the law of chaos can be said to be the origin of all laws in the universe. It is from the law of chaos that all laws in the universe are derived. Now you understand how powerful the law of chaos truly is, Lord Kandri explained. Geniuses, immortals, and venerables, everyone was deeply shocked. Is the law of chaos the fusion of all the laws of the universe? My goodness. There are so many laws in the universe: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, time, space, light, life, and death. If laws like water and fire, which have certain transformative properties, could be fused, that would be a slightly better solution. Many of these laws are completely unrelated, making fusion impossible. The fusion of any two laws is already incredibly difficult, and now there's a law of chaos claiming to be able to fuse all of them. This is even more incomprehensible. From fusing two laws to fusing all of them, the difficulty is infinitely greater. It's beyond description. It's practically impossible. But now, not only has Uchiha Madara accomplished it, but he's presented it completely before their eyes. They simply don't know how to react. Suddenly, everyone's attention has turned even more intensely to Uchiha Madara's battle. With the law of chaos on display, even the 20-level invincible king wouldn't be able to stop him. Could it be possible that Uchiha Madara, a mere stellar-level being, could clear the 21st floor, symbolizing the Lord of the Universe, on his first visit? Such a thing was simply unimaginable. Every lord of the universe had suppressed the universe for millennia, and it was unlikely that a new person would ever become lord of the universe. To suggest that someone at the mere stellar level could possess the qualities comparable to a lord of the universe would surely be considered insane. But today, this might actually become a reality. The Lord of Chaos and the founder of the Great Axe exchanged a glance, each visibly shocked. The law of chaos was even more difficult to achieve than the emergence of a supreme lord of the universe, because it required a thorough understanding of all laws to a higher level. Normally, someone who had dabbled in one law would diligently pursue it, and a normal person wouldn't waste time learning other laws. The Uchiha Madara is truly exceptional. It seems we need to re-evaluate the earth created by the hermit. Indeed, that's the law of chaos. The Lord of Chaos City sighed, deeply moved. Let's keep watching. I'm now looking forward to seeing how far it will progress. The 21st level of Universe Grandmaster is undeniable. What I want to know is whether Uchiha Madara can reach even higher realms, the 22nd, 23rd, or even the 24th, the threshold of Universe Master. These are matters of immense concern. With this level of comprehension, perhaps I no longer need to protect him. Aside from some physical shortcomings, everything else is essentially complete. Once he leaves Chaos City, he'll become an absolutely effective fighting force at the fastest speed in history. Yes, that's a relief for you, isn't it? His current comprehension of the laws has not merely surpassed that of the former star-level Cody. Even Cody before his death couldn't compare to Uchiha Madara's current caliber, said the Great Axe founder. As the two chatted, Uchiha Madara continued his journey through the Tangshan Bridge. 19th floor, Uchiha Madara successfully passed. 20th floor, Uchiha Madara successfully passed. 21st floor, Uchiha Madara also successfully passed. At this point, Uchiha Madara's understanding of the laws had been proven to be on par with the Cosmic Supreme. 21st floor. He actually passed the 21st floor. How could Uchiha Madara have so easily surpassed the level of Cosmic Lord, a level many people struggle to reach in their lifetime? This kind of thing is simply unbelievable. 22nd floor. Uchiha Madara has begun his quest for the 22nd floor. The final moment should be approaching soon. Pay close attention. These are the most valuable battle videos in human history. Ordinary people are not qualified to observe these combat resources. If you forget, I won't tell you again. Suddenly, everyone stared at Uchiha Madara intently. At this moment, Uchiha Madara held the entire audience's attention. Chapter 234, The Expanding Dao Seeking Jade. Choose your opponent, warrior, controller, or illusionist. Defeat any of them, and you can advance to the 23rd floor. A tornado erupted at the end of the 22nd floor of the Tangshan Bridge. A figure suddenly flew out from its center, clad in a white battle suit and white boots, looking quite imposing. I choose the controller. Uchiha Madara's white sage robe fluttered in the wind, and he slammed his sage staff down onto the ground, a resounding sound echoing throughout the 22nd floor of the Tangshan Bridge. Of the three, warrior, controller, and illusionist, the controller posed the greatest threat to him. Having just conquered the 21st floor, he had already exhausted all his understanding of the principles and his physical strength. The 22nd floor would prove more challenging. As you wish, the white figure declared, his demeanor changing. Show your full strength, Uchiha Madara said calmly, his aura shifting as well. His overwhelming momentum soared into the heavens, shaking apart countless clouds. I only know one move. If you can block it, you win, the white figure said in a deep voice. Go ahead. Uchiha Madara waved the sage's staff a few times, leaning slightly, his eyes fixed on his opponent. Take it. The white figure pointed at Uchiha Madara, and countless waves of space-time transformed into small silver swords that hovered in front of the white figure. The next moment, these countless silver swords condensed into a massive silver pillar, which plummeted down from the sky towards Uchiha Madara. Under this move, Uchiha Madara felt the space around him sealed off. Simultaneously, an unprecedented aura descended, leaving him feeling utterly suffocated. Ha 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 ha. Good timing. Uchiha Madara's face straightened, and the sage's staff flew into the sky, transforming into a small, seeking truth jade. Then, this tiny, pitch-black seeking truth jade grew larger and larger, until it obscured the entire sky like the massive silver pillar. Pitch black and silvery white, two completely different colors, seemed to divide the sky into two halves, silent yet shocking. Expanding truth-seeking orb. Uchiha Madara shouted, cradling the enormous expanding truth-seeking orb in his right hand, and charging directly towards the silver pillar opposite, also towards the white figure. You've actually used the law of chaos to this extent? Truly terrifying. The white figure chuckled bitterly, then, with a ferocious expression, unleashed all his strength. Even if it's the law of chaos, I won't give up easily. It must be said that the white figure manifested by the Tangshan bridge, like Uchiha Madara himself, was incredibly stubborn. That aura of destruction, is that the law of chaos? Oh my god, the law of chaos is so terrifying. I can feel the powerful force of the law of chaos even through a screen. Is this what the world's #1 cosmic law is like? Compared to this destructive force, the cosmic laws of fire, thunder, etc., which are known for their fierce attacks, are far behind. Uchiha Madara is really too powerful. This is already the 22nd level. After crossing this level, Uchiha Madara can be said to have made a lot of progress. For a universe venerable to cross one more Tangshan bridge, that is something that countless universe venerables have not done. But Uchiha Madara is only at the star level now, and he is already so powerful. What will happen when he reaches the universe level, domain lord level, or even realm lord level? I'm afraid he will be able to sweep across the entire extraterritorial battlefield in the starry sky. In the extraterritorial battlefield, Feng Wan Wudi is already a top figure there. If Uchiha Madara goes to the extraterritorial battlefield to fight the aliens, I'm afraid there will be no problem in sweeping away the aliens. But doesn't the outer realm battlefield require at least immortal rank to enter? Our virtual universe company has never lacked resources. With Uchiha Madara's level of understanding of the laws, he can reach the immortal rank whenever he wants. Could it be that understanding the laws is a barrier holding him back? I'm really looking forward to Uchiha Madara's arrival in the outer realm battlefield. There, he'll strike fear into the hearts of the alien races. The invincible kings and the universe reverence discussed this. Even ordinary immortal kings didn't dare to intervene in the current conversation. Not to mention that Uchiha Madara was about to break through the 22nd level. Even when he broke through the 18th level, most immortals wouldn't dare to comment on his affairs. They couldn't afford to offend him. Absolutely not. If someone accidentally spread rumors today, it wouldn't be long before disaster struck. The Chaos City Lord and the Great Axe Founder sat facing each other. Even these two, battle-hardened and world-weary, fell silent in this situation. Uchiha Madara has now broken through the 22nd level of the Tangshan Bridge. I originally thought he was the second Cody, but now it seems not. That I look down on Cody, but 10,000 Cody are no match for one Uchiha Madara, the Great Axe Founder declared. The 22nd level of the Tangshan Bridge. Many universe masters have failed to achieve this feat, and yet he's already broken through. Humanity has gained an unprecedented genius. No, the word genius can no longer be used to describe him. Uchiha Madara is now fully worthy of the title of a powerful being, said the Lord of Chaos. When he reaches the immortal level, should we allow him to explore the outer realm? With Uchiha Madara around, our race can freely pursue certain tasks in the outer realm. The Great Axe Founder suddenly thought of something and said, of course. If he enters the outer realm, I'm willing to personally escort him. After all, I want him to be my disciple. The Lord of Chaos smiled. He might not necessarily accept you as his master, the Great Axe Founder said. The Lord of Chaos smiled but said nothing. Oh, I remember there were quite a few small opportunities in the initial universe, but for him, they're of little use. After you accept him as your disciple, remember to help him quickly break through to the immortal level. Stages below the immortal level are no longer suitable for him. Chasing those small gains won't help him much, the Great Axe Founder warned. Why, do you think he'll continue to suppress his strength? I disagree. I can see the thirst for battle in his eyes. I bet he'll reach the immortal level as quickly as possible. He wouldn't mind a fight between children right now. The Chaos City Lord looked at the screen in front of him, full of confidence. A golden scale cannot be kept in a pond. Some things can't be hidden. Chapter 235 Chaos City Lord. The white sage horn on Uchiha Madara's head had broken off, and he appeared in a state of disarray. Of all the opponents I fought, in terms of physical skills, I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest. He held the sage's staff in his right hand, bracing himself against the ground. The scene was identical to that of decades ago. Back then, he had also been directly overwhelmed by an incredibly powerful physical ninja. This was the warrior opponent chosen by Uchiha Madara on the 23rd level. Decades had passed, and he was far stronger than before, but even so, he encountered the same situation as before. The only difference was that this opponent could fight endlessly. I cannot defeat you, but you cannot kill me either. When we meet again, I will crush you with a single blow. With these final stern words, Uchiha Madara left the Tangshan Bridge Plain. Immediately after leaving the Tangshan Bridge Plain, Uchiha Madara entered the world of the Wheel Graveside Prison. He knew that this attempt to cross the sky bridge would inevitably cause a huge stir, but he didn't care about that. His greatest desire was to comprehend the Chaos Monument once again, and avenge his previous humiliation. But at that moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly felt an irresistible force acting upon him, and the next moment, he vanished from the spot. A vast expanse of ruin stretched as far as the eye could see. A massive burly man, approximately 3 meters tall, clad in an intricate, ancient dark red battle armor, a scaly tail jutting from it. When Uchiha Madara's gaze fell upon this man, even a formidable figure like him could feel his soul tremble, as if this man possessed the boundless laws of the universe. Those vast and boundless laws continuously exuded a thick, murderous aura. A master. An absolute master. This aura was countless times more powerful than that of a universal sovereign. Who are you? Uchiha Madara steeled his mind. This was undoubtedly the world's foremost expert, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so deeply affected. Uchiha Madara. A perfectly ordinary voice echoed, and all illusions vanished. The man in dark red armor and a scaly tail turned to look at him. 2 fiery red horns sprouted from his forehead, giving him a ferocious appearance. However, his eyes were as calm as the vast ocean and the endless starry sky, calming one's nerves. I'm the Lord of Chaos City. I created the Chaos Monument of the Universe and the 30 levels of the Universal Bridge. I'm willing to accept you as my personal disciple. Are you willing? The Lord of Chaos City said. Defeat me first. Uchiha Madara declared decisively. Then, his true form grasped a massive, expanding seeking truth jade. Simultaneously, 4 Chakravitin clones attacked the Lord of Chaos City from all directions using Yin Yang release. You're the first person to test me as my disciple. The Chaos City Lord laughed heartily. You're worthy of being the greatest genius of the human race. Today, I'll show you if I have the strength to be your master. As the Chaos City Lord laughed, countless spaces around him began to shatter. All of Uchiha Madara's attacks, including those launched by his 4 Chakravitin clones, were silently repelled by the Chaos City Lord's powerful spatial exile. Spatial slash. The Chaos City Lord raised his right hand, and a pitch black spatial blade hurtled towards Uchiha Madara. The blade, though unassuming, caused Madara's pupils to shrink. The pitch black truth-seeking jade transformed into a dark barrier before him. The next moment, the barrier shattered like paper. The pitch black spatial blade flew towards Uchiha Madara, leaving him with a distinct sense of death, a force that was impossible to evade. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth, unleashing all his strength in this moment. Death. He didn't want death. The Chaos City Lord smiled faintly, and then time seemed to flow backwards. The pitch black spatial blade flew back, and Uchiha Madara's truth-seeking jade barrier returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Well, now I have the chance to teach you. The Chaos City Lord laughed. Uchiha Madara looked directly at the Chaos City Lord and couldn't help but laugh a few times. Ha 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 ha, of course. I have 32 direct disciples under my command, including you. 5 of them have fallen, the Chaos City Lord said. Of your 26 living brothers, 25 are cosmic supremes. Only 1 remains, a peak level immortal divine. I can't wait to see what you can achieve. From now on, you are free to comprehend the Cosmic Chaos Monument, with no limit on the number of times you can do so. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up at this. This was the real benefit. By the way, what are your thoughts on the Outer Realm battlefield? The Chaos City Lord asked casually. My growth began on the battlefield. I won't enter the outer realm battlefield until I reach the immortal realm. I'll return once I reach the Realm Lord realm. This place is completely mine, Uchiha Madara said. Once I've completely fleeced your Chaos City and the primordial universe, I'll head to the outer realm battlefield. Wars between tribes have always been brutal. Over countless years, countless powerful individuals have fallen, leading to growing hatred between tribes, reaching an incomparably terrifying level. You are now the greatest genius in the human race, since its emergence in countless epochs. The alien races will undoubtedly pay close attention to you. I will personally escort you to the outer realm battlefield, and, together with the Great Axe founder, ensure that no universe master will sell you out. But the rest is entirely up to you, said the Chaos City Lord. Of course, I'm just a piece of shit. Uchiha Madara licked his lips and smiled, unconcerned. Hahaha, we were overthinking it. I look forward to that day. 5 years later, Uchiha Madara, clad in a white sage robe, emerged from the gates of the City Lord's mansion in Chaos City. 5 years had passed, and he had already surpassed the 24th level of the Tangshan Bridge. He had also cleared the Sea of Illusions. Using nutrient solution, his body had directly elevated to the peak level of Realm Lord. Next, Uchiha Madara would journey to the outer realm battlefield, where countless clans clashed. I'll use time-space transfer to transport you directly to the outer realm battlefield, so you won't have to travel all the way. Go ahead, I'm looking forward to seeing how you'll perform in the outer realm battlefield. Uchiha Madara's eyes sparkled. Okay. The outer realm battlefield, here he comes. P.S. There's no point in always bullying the weak, so speed things up and head straight to the outer realm battlefield. Chapter 236, Extraterritorial Battlefield. Extraterritorial Battlefield. I've applied to enter the extraterritorial battlefield, but I don't know which way to go, Madara asked. The Space Army comes in groups, while the lone wolves follow this passage to the gathering place. The staff member pointed to a wide, transparent glass passage in the distance. This passage is over 3,000 kilometers long. At the end is the gathering place. Okay, Madara nodded. They continued along the passage, each step covering over 10 kilometers. A moment later, they reached the end, a beautiful square where tens of thousands of people were gathered. Because the square was huge, hundreds of kilometers in diameter, even tens of thousands of people seemed sparse. Hello, please rest here, said a charming female receptionist with a furry tail. When can we go to the extraterritorial battlefield? Madara asked. We need to gather a certain number of people, otherwise the logistical costs will be prohibitive, the female receptionist said with a smile. Realm Lord, you've arrived at a fortunate opportunity. The earliest group, like you have been waiting here for 12 days. After all, the gathering of Lone Rangers is unlike the armies of various cosmic nations. Those armies arrive in a vast procession, but Lone Rangers have to wait their turn to gather a sufficient number of people. The spotted man stepped aside. The square was filled with alloy benches, scattered around with scattered space warriors eager to join the battle. He also chose a seat. Hey, hello. Coming alone. Two remarkably similar werewolf realm lords with bristling faces approached. He glanced up at them and recognized them as peak realm lords. Judging by the brows between their eyebrows, they were clearly recognized by the origin law. It's important to note that, while there were over 10,000 people in the square, the majority were domain lords, with a few at realm lord or universe level. There are fewer cosmic level warriors than domain masters, primarily due to their weak strength. Few cosmic level lone voyagers would specifically travel to participate in the extraterritorial battlefield. The long flight costs alone would likely be too much for many cosmic level warriors to afford. The spotted head said. One person. Getting here alone isn't easy, is it? It took the two of us brothers 12 years to get here by spaceship, the somewhat sturdy werewolf master said with a laugh. He and his brother sat down on the alloy bench across from him. He flipped his hand and grabbed a bottle of wine and 3 glasses. Controlled by the power of the world, he poured the wine, placing the 3 glasses in front of the 3. Madara took up his glass. I'm fine. An interstellar journey doesn't take 12 years. The Chaos City Lord had brought Madara here directly. It's safe to say he didn't even spend an hour. Oh, the burly werewolf master laughed. My name is Clarice, and this is my brother Buddy. The lean werewolf master beside him, a bit modest, nodded to Madara and simply said, hello. My name is. Madara paused. Shura. That had been his nickname in the ninja world. This time, on the outer battlefield, he couldn't reveal his real name for the time being. So, let's make it shine once again. Shura. The two werewolf masters knew it was just a nickname. Shura was incredibly common, especially in space armies, where real names were rarely used, and everyone just called each other by nicknames. And perhaps 1 out of every 100 space warriors was called Shura. They sensed Madara didn't want to reveal his real name, so they didn't press him. Hey, look, another realm master is coming. The burly werewolf master gazed into the distance. Madara glanced back and saw that a realm master had indeed arrived. We've now gathered 96 realm masters, the lean werewolf master, Buddy, said in a low voice. We're almost ready to set off. We always have to gather 100 realm masters to transport soldiers at once. It's really. I waited for 12 years on the interstellar journey, and now I have to wait again. After all these years without slaughter, my sword is thirsty, the burly werewolf master said unhappily. Nearby, Madara chatted casually with the two men, but he kept his information to himself. These people were not qualified to know his information. Madara waited a day, and the number of realm lords gathered in the square, intending to participate in the battle, reached the quota of 100. Universe class, all assemble here. Domain lords, assemble here. Powerful realm lords, all come here. The gates opened, and tens of thousands of lone soldiers were quickly sorted. Madara also stood up and gathered with the other realm lords. At this moment of gathering, another realm lord arrived, bringing the total number of realm lords to 101. The other realm lords commented that the last female realm lord was lucky and didn't need to wait here. Fellow realm lord warriors, you are about to enter the most glorious and brutal extraterritorial battlefield, said a figure, brimming with murderous aura, like an immortal god made of metal, solemnly. But you must understand that the military has its own rules. You won't have the freedom you enjoyed before. Madara and hundreds of other realm lords listened. Before we depart, you will need to undergo a traditional authorization ceremony, the immortal spirit stated solemnly. Authorization ceremony? What does it mean? What's it for? Many of the realm lords whispered among themselves. It was clear that most of these lone rangers were completely unaware of the details of participating in the out-of-domain battlefield. The immortal spirit, clearly aware of this, continued, authorization is about confirming your precise position within the military. The military is a place of clear hierarchy, where subordinates must obey their superiors. Therefore, your position and authority within the military must be clearly defined. How can this be confirmed? Through your strength. Are we to compete against each other? Assessment? A realm lord shouted. Wrong. The immortal spirit shook its head. Each of you realm masters must have practiced repeatedly in the virtual universe network. The virtual universe network will rate your strength based on your performance. This rating is very important for distinguishing your status in the army. The rating is divided into 3 levels: Ordinary Realm Master Warrior, Elite Realm Master Warrior, and Realm Master General. Most Realm Masters are Ordinary Realm Master Warriors. Those who are recognized by the original law can barely be considered Elite Realm Master Warriors. General can generally be found among hundreds of Elite Realm Master Warriors, said the immortal spirit. I believe that each of you has displayed your strongest strength in the virtual universe. If there is anyone among you who has not displayed your strongest strength in the virtual universe, then you can enter the virtual universe network now and exert your strongest strength. The authority granting will begin in a moment. The immortal spirit was silent for 10 seconds, then said, it should be alright. Come one by one and accept the authority granting. 101 realm lords marched towards the immortal god. A blue light emanated from the screen of the immortal god's arm god, enveloping the approaching realm lords. Elite Realm Lord Warrior. Ordinary Realm Lord Warrior. Elite Realm Lord Warrior. Elite Realm Lord Warrior. Voices echoed automatically from the immortal god's arm god screen. Simultaneously, each realm lord who had received authorization received a message from the virtual universe system. The higher the authority, the higher the status within the army. Madara marveled at this scene. So many elite Realm Lord warriors. Logically, the majority of Realm Lords are ordinary Realm Lord warriors. Oh, that's right. Those who dare to go it alone and specifically participate in the extraterritorial battlefield are confident in themselves. Well, most of them have been recognized by the origin laws. The Realm Lords lined up, accepting their authorizations one by one. Soon, it was Madara's turn. The blue light enveloped him, and a voice rang out simultaneously. Realm Lord Warrior. Wow. This scene immediately drew the gazes of numerous Realm Lords around him. Even those on the planet, distantly granting authority to domain lords and cosmic level figures, looked over in astonishment. Among these 101 Realm Lords was a Realm Lord General. Not bad. The immortal spirit glanced at Madara in astonishment, nodding in admiration. Madara calmly stepped aside. It would be strange if the greatest genius in human history wasn't a Realm Lord General. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Chapter 57 to 58, Barrack Space. The next Realm Lords continued to receive their authorizations. Elite Realm Lord Warriors. Ordinary Realm Lord Warriors. Realm Lord Generals. This caused another uproar among the surrounding crowd. This group of only 101 Realm Lords actually had 2 Realm Lord Generals. Madara glanced over. It was a young Realm Lord standing over 3 meters tall, incredibly muscular. The occasional flash of light from his eyes was like 2 swords, making it difficult to even look him in the face. Looks capable. I wonder where he's from. Madara glanced at him, not giving it any more thought. This man, he deserved only a second glance. The authorization ceremony was swiftly concluded. Among the 101 Realm Lords, there were 2 Realm Lord Generals, 62 Elite Realm Lord Warriors, and 37 Ordinary Realm Lord Warriors. The authorization ceremony for Realm Lords and universe level rank proceeded the fastest. Although the domain lords had 10 internal personnel simultaneously conducting the authorization ceremony, it still took a long time to conclude. The authorization ceremony is over. The immortal spirit's voice suddenly rose, echoing in the ears of tens of thousands of cosmic warriors. All of you, follow me. We will transport you collectively to the outer realm battlefield in a moment. This inter-clan war involves a vast number of warriors, so there are 11 battlefields, all located outside of human territory. That's why they are called outer realm battlefields. You're heading to the 7th battlefield. The 7th battlefield? All outside of human territory? My teacher is in the 2nd battlefield. Looks like there's no hope of running into him. A flurry of discussion erupted. Madara pondered. The 7th battlefield? The average mortality rate is 96.8%, ranking 3rd among the 11 outer realm battlefields. Alright, move. The immortal spirit commanded. Immediately, tens of thousands of warriors followed suit, with Madara and his group of realm masters naturally leading the way. A moment later, they arrived at a vast hall. The hall was over 1,000 miles in diameter, and within it lay 11 vast passageways, like curtains of water. This is the spatial passageway leading to the 7th battlefield. The immortal spirit walked to one of the water curtains. The 7th battlefield is a secret cosmic realm with a maximum diameter of approximately 1.1 million light years. Of course, after billions of years of slaughter, the dangers inherent in this secret cosmic realm have been greatly reduced. The primary threat comes from alien enemies. There are 100 barracks and bases in the 7th battlefield. You've been teleported to base 026. This water curtain was a kilometer wide and a kilometer high. Wow. The realm masters entered one by one, followed by Madara, and tens of thousands of soldiers soon entered. Using the Divine Kingdom as a transit point, Madara and his tens of thousands of soldiers entered the spatial passageway again. When they arrived at the Divine Kingdom transit station, they were then transported directly to Barrack Space 026 in the 7th battlefield. Outside human territory, Madara took a step forward from the Divine Kingdom transit station and felt time and space shift before his eyes, transporting him to another place. Haha, new recruits are here. New recruits. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get ready. Get to work. Shouts rang out. Madara's first sight was a dozen soldiers in white armor. Oh, not all of them, for among them was an immortal with white hair and robes. The immortal smiled, his eyes gleaming with a faint glint of lightning as he said, "New recruits, welcome to the 7th Battlefield 0 to 6 barracks base. Realm Lords, follow him. Domain Lords, follow this little fellow. Cosmic Class Lords, follow this little girl." The white-robed immortal quickly designated 3 leaders. The Cosmic Class, Domain Class, and Realm Class Lords followed 3 separate corridors. "Fellow Realm Lords, the Realm Lord camp is just ahead," the leader said. A moment later, they arrived at an elegantly decorated hall with tens of millions of seats. At a glance, Madara could tell there were hundreds of thousands of Realm Lords seated there. So many Realm Lord soldiers? Madara was slightly surprised. Each cosmic nation has only a few million Realm Lords, and the human territories total only 1008 cosmic nations. And there are 11 extraterritorial battlefields, each with 100 bases. On average, how many Realm Lords can each base hold? It's impossible for all of humanity's Realm Lords to participate in the war. And logically, many Realm Lords should be out fighting, with only a few remaining in the bases. How come there are hundreds of thousands of Realm Lords? The other 100 new Realm Lord recruits were equally astonished. "Hey!" the leader shouted. "New recruits are here. Among these recruits are 2 Realm Lord Generals." Haha. With that, the leader turned and left. Realm Lord Generals? Realm Lord Generals? Tens of thousands of Realm Lords rushed over to the Realm Lord warriors who had been drinking and chatting. When Realm Lord soldiers approached each other, their intelligent optical computers would prompt each other's authority, and the eyes of these tens of thousands of veteran Realm Lord soldiers instantly fell on Madara and another tall young man. "Join our elite team. Our elite team is led by immortals. You learn more military merits, and have a higher chance of surviving danger. Our team is stronger. You too." These veteran Realm Lords frantically invited Madara and the other 2, but they didn't bother to pay any attention to the other 99 new Realm Lord recruits. A moment later, Madara and the tall young man sat at a dining table. Next to them sat an immortal god wearing blood-red battle armor and a scaly tail. This immortal god, named Tagor, was an earth immortal god. Because this immortal god had arrived first to personally invite them, Madara and the other 2, faced with tens of thousands of invitations from veteran Realm Lords, ultimately chose this immortal god to talk to first. As for whether he would join, no firm decision was made yet. "Why are there so many Realm Lords here?" Madara asked. "There are 11 battlefields in the Outer Realm, each with 100 barracks. How come there are so many Realm Lords resting here?" "I'm confused too," the tall young man beside them asked. Haha. Tagor poured the wine himself. "Let's drink and chat. It's not just you two." In fact, many new Realm Lord recruits are confused when they first arrive, wondering why there are so many Realm Lords. If you interact with more Realm Lord soldiers and chat with them, you'll understand the reason. Madara and the other 2 looked at him. Actually, the humans in the 1008 universe country are only a part of the human race. Captain Tagor laughed. "From what I know, there are many landmasses in some secret cosmic realms. Those super large landmasses are inhabited by countless humans. It's said that some large landmasses are hundreds of billions of kilometers in diameter, and the population of some large landmasses can rival that of an entire universe." Madara was stunned. "Land? I see. Within the human realm, there are many lands within the secret cosmic realms. Those places are permeated with abundant cosmic energy, and the humans who inhabit them are almost always planetary level by adulthood, nurturing many powerful individuals." Tagor smiled. "That's one thing, but there are also a large number of immortal gods. Within the divine kingdoms of the immortal gods, there are also large numbers of humans. The humans of the divine kingdoms, the humans of the secret cosmic realms, and the humans of the cosmic kingdoms, that's what makes up the entire human race," Tagor said with a smile. "Many of our brothers in life and death. Some have lived in a divine kingdom since childhood, while others have lived on a large continent. However, their material lives are far inferior to those of the cosmic kingdoms. For example, only those who have reached the cosmic level can access the virtual cosmic network. Madara immediately connected to the virtual cosmic network to search for information. With his authority, he immediately obtained a clear understanding. Humanity, based on their living environment, can indeed be divided into humans of the divine kingdoms, humans of the secret cosmic realms, and humans of the cosmic kingdoms. The cosmic kingdom's population is not large. Remember, a single continent within the secret cosmic realms is equivalent to an entire cosmic kingdom, and it's easy to build tens of thousands of continents within a single secret cosmic realm. Furthermore, the immortal gods' kingdoms are also immensely vast, capable of supporting a vast human population. Wars are fought over territory. Why fight for it? According to Bancher's investigation, it's like plants needing sufficient sunlight to grow. If they are too densely packed, none of them will thrive. The same principle applies. The formation of life is unique. Whether it's flesh and blood, mechanical, plant-like, or anything else, all life absorbs the essence of the entire universe during its gestation. Life's gestation and growth are fueled by the absorption of special energies within the universe. For example, if there's only one planet with life within 1,000 light years, and that planet has 10 billion people, then virtually all the cosmic energy within that 1,000 light year radius is dedicated to nurturing this single planet. Meanwhile, the secret realm of the universe boasts a population comparable to that of an entire cosmic nation, crammed onto a single large continent. The population density is countless times higher, and naturally, the essence of the universe it receives is far less. And the humans of the kingdom of the gods. The divine kingdom exists in the cracks of space, not even within the original universe. The cosmic essence it can absorb is even less than that of the humans in the secret realm of the universe. According to the data, the divine kingdom humans are the most numerous, but they can only cultivate to the level of realm lord. Over countless years, only 9,082 immortal gods have been born, all of whom have undergone special encounters. Without these special encounters, the divine kingdom humans are destined to never achieve immortality. The land humans in the secret realm of the universe rank second in number. They, like the humans in the universe kingdom, can cultivate to become immortal gods, but the probability of producing a universe lord is appallingly low. The universe kingdom humans are the smallest in number, but they occupy the largest territory. Throughout history, countless immortal gods have been born, and a full 98.2% of the universe lords are from the universe kingdom. Territory is like fertile soil. The larger the territory, the greater the potential of the group, and the higher the probability of producing a superpower. In the whole, among the realm lord soldiers, the majority are divine kingdom humans, right? Madara asked. Yes, Taiwo nodded. Madara sighed. Perhaps the humans of the divine realm didn't know the secret he'd uncovered earlier. After all, the chances of becoming an immortal were incredibly low, and even the birth of an immortal was extremely rare. The realm lords likely didn't realize this either. The divine realm has the largest number of human soldiers, so many of the most powerful realm lords are from the divine realm, Taiwo said with a smile. After enduring countless life ordeals and threats, they've reached breakthroughs in strength. They then accumulate immense military merits, which they can exchange for treasures and strengthen themselves. Although only realm lords, some are capable of rivaling ordinary immortal lords. Just then, a realm lord warrior approached. Captain, have you managed to win them over? That's not so easy, the immortal named Taiwo said, looking at Uchiha Madara and another tall young man. I'm wondering if you two would like to join our team. We are still 3 short of full strength. A realm lord team like ours is definitely one of the best. You won't be disappointed if you join. I'm Rock. I'm willing to join, the tall young man said. Haha, okay. I wonder if Shura, are you willing? Everyone else looked at Uchiha Madara. The outer realm battlefield was essentially a battle between armies, and each army had its own rules. Before accumulating enough military merit and understanding the situation, joining an elite squad seemed like a good idea. However, Uchiha Madara shook his head. He wasn't here to just stroll around. He wanted to plunge into the heart of the battlefield as quickly as possible and become humanity's most powerful meat grinder. Needless to say, whatever he did, he would do it with a bang. He was formidable and capable of self-preservation. He had already cleared 24 of the 30 levels of the cosmic bridge, but the people he was traveling with were far less capable. If he joined this squad, there was a 10,000% chance he would utterly annihilate them. So, what are your thoughts, Shura? The immortal spirit continued to ask. In his opinion, Uchiha Madara would definitely choose to join a Realm Master squad. Me. Uchiha Madara stood up and chuckled. I plan to create my own squad. Uchiha Madara had already spent 5 days at the barracks, and in those 5 days, he had essentially grasped the entire situation on the extraterritorial battlefield. Now, he was about to embark on the battlefield. This hall was over 30,000 kilometers in diameter, a vast space capable of accommodating billions of space warriors. There must be millions of them, right? Yes, absolutely. There are thousands of spaceships lined up ahead. Spaceships lined up in the hall, one after another. Some were over 1,000 meters in diameter, others only 100 meters, and the number of space warriors varied. Some held millions, while others held only a few powerful warriors. Uchiha Madara slowly boarded a spaceship. As time passed, one spaceship after another rapidly flew into the corridor. After flying in a straight line for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, they began to follow an arcing trajectory. Soon, a massive war base, millions of kilometers in diameter, appeared before Uchiha Madara's eyes. This vast war base was completely shrouded in a colorful energy shield, a shield covering a war base millions of kilometers in diameter. It was truly enormous. How breathtaking would it be to see the sun up close? Even more so to see this hideous war base up close. Colorful energy shields, mysterious and powerful solidified law patterns, mechanical gun barrels hundreds of kilometers in diameter, densely packed passage points, countless energy points. This is a perfect example of a violent war machine elevated to the level of art. Uchiha Madara smiled faintly. We've arrived at the barracks base. Chapter 238, Chapters 59 to 60, Immortal Gods of the Mechanical Race. The entire 7th battlefield consisted of only 100 barracks. This was humanity's main battlefield headquarters, and even a figure of the caliber of the Cosmic Grand Master would find it difficult to destroy them. However, as Uchiha Madara entered, he gently pinched the door with his mind, and several cracks appeared. It seemed he could destroy the barracks. Humanity was one of the most powerful races, and if he could destroy their barracks, he should be able to destroy those of other races. Uchiha Madara looked ahead at the ship. His target was a battlefield tens of thousands of light years from this barracks. Next, the ship would enter the dark universe and begin its journey towards its target. 10, 9, 8, 7 Into the dark universe. After 3 days of flight in the dark universe, the ship would then travel through space. Uchiha Madara looked out at the vast expanse of empty space, devoid of any debris. From this cleared area to the destination, it would take over 2 months of flight, and those 2 months were spent flying through various dangerous terrains. Battles could flare up at any moment. War must come soon. He couldn't wait any longer. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara sensed something and smiled. In a cabin of a shattered, broken spaceship, 3 automatons gathered. Their bodies seemed cast from metal, their appearance remarkably similar. At first glance, they resembled 3 metal figures, seated on separate alloy chairs. Haha, this time, the 3 of us will join forces to completely annihilate the team led by that alien immortal. That alien immortal must be of Marquis level strength. One of the automatons grinned. You performed a great deed this time, Palati. You severely injured and pinned down that alien immortal, allowing us to seize the opportunity to eliminate the other realm masters, and then, together, to eliminate that alien immortal. You truly deserve to be a Marquis level immortal. You possess abundant wealth, Palati. Let's divide the treasures. The 2 automatons spoke, each looking at the third. The third mecha, named Palati, was covered in a layer of exquisite dark red armor. He calmly gazed at the other 2 mechas, before pulling out 2-dimensional rings, and tossing them at them. This temporary cooperation ends here. You 2 may leave, Palati said coldly. The 2 mechas grinned, each catching a dimensional ring and quickly examining it. This examination instantly, anger flared in their eyes. Palati. Palati. Both mechas suppressed their rage. Are you still not leaving? Palati's eyes glared coldly at the 2 mechas. We worked together this time, and the merit of killing that immortal Feng Hao was accrued to you alone. And this spoils you're actually going to take over 95% for yourself? The mecha in dark cyan armor growled. Another mecha in silver armor also raged. "You're going too far." Palati stared at the two with indifference. Both mechas suppressed their rage. "We don't ask for much, 40% is for the two of us. You take 60%, and we each take 20%, the dark sign armored mecha said, and another mecha beside him nodded in agreement. "Get lost." Palati growled. "Without me, you two still want to deal with that immortal Marquis? He's only a newly minted immortal of an alien race, but he already possesses immortality. To kill him, you think it's easy? Do you know the price I paid? You still want to share the spoils with me? I'm giving you some, because you're my people. If killing you two wasn't for the severe punishment within the clan, I would have dealt with you both long ago." The other two mechas exchanged glances and gritted their teeth. HMPH. "I hope you live longer." The two mechas instantly transformed into a streak of light and left the wreckage of the wrecked spaceship. "Two idiots," Palati snorted, a gleam of brute force flashing in his eyes. Though he looked like a man of metal, he was in fact a living being, his body incredibly tough yet also resilient. HMM. "I suffered heavy losses this time, but the military merits gained from killing that alien immortal more than compensated for that. Add to that the spoils. It's not bad. My legions, however, have suffered significant damage. It's time to return to the divine base and properly repair and replenish our strength." Palati pondered. Every member of the mechanical tribe is, in effect, a mechanical empire. Of course, the strength of a mechanical empire depends on its control and command capabilities, as well as its wealth. Neither is indispensable. Even with a massive mechanical army, relying solely on intelligent combat isn't enough. It requires a mechanical tribe's individual control of the entire legion, enabling them to unleash attacks imbued with laws and orchestrate sophisticated coordination. This could potentially increase combat effectiveness dozens or even hundreds of times over. Mechanical tribes are, in essence, intelligent life forms. And once intelligent life forms understand the laws, combined with their innate computational and commanding abilities, they become truly formidable. Combined with various mechanical weapons, their combat power can be brought to a terrifying level. This is a peak race that is no less powerful than the Zerg. The Zerg Queen fights more instinctively. The mechanical race, however, fights with more wisdom, skill, and strategy. There's a human spaceship? Palati's eyes lit up as he sat in the cabin of the dilapidated spaceship. Made of E9 grade alloy, the surface solidified secret patterns are very low end. It looks like a spaceship used by an ordinary Realm Lord team. However, the possibility of an elite Realm Lord team in disguise cannot be ruled out. However, as long as the strength is within my tolerance, I can still deal with it. After this, I will go back to base to replenish my strength. Palati grinned. Ridiculous humans, trying to rely on spaceships to discover my reconnaissance point. Humph. In terms of technological capabilities, compared to us mechanical race, they are too ordinary. At a glance in the void, some floating debris can be seen everywhere, whether it is the wreckage of corpses, spaceships, weapons, etc. A seemingly ordinary metal plate floated in the void, yet its surface patterns were remarkably unique. These patterns were now pulsing with a frightening energy, accumulating until, gradually, a transparent ball of light appeared on the metal's surface. "Attack," commanded Palati, a distant mecha. Beep. Boom. A dazzling beam of light instantly pierced the void, slamming directly into the rapidly flying saucer-shaped spacecraft in the distance. The impact instantly melted portions of the hull, and the powerful force contained in the beam tore through the thick E9 grade alloy hull, instantly transforming the entire saucer into a massive fireball. The rumbling wave spread outward, radiating for tens of thousands of kilometers, sending clouds of dust and debris flying far and wide. Inside the saucer, "Alarm! Alarm! Under attack!" A shrill intelligent voice suddenly echoed throughout the lounge. A smile crossed Uchiha Madara's face. The spaceship's intelligent detection equipment hadn't detected it, but he sensed malicious intent. So, could the incoming person be a mechanic? Boom. The alarm had barely rang out, and the entire spaceship trembled violently, shaking the lounge cabin as well. The outer layer of the spaceship exploded and disintegrated. But Uchiha Madara remained motionless, as if the tremors had no effect on him at all. The next moment, a powerful black flame emerged from Uchiha Madara's hand, and he transformed into a black man of fire, charging forward. In this extraterrestrial battlefield, concealing his true identity was crucial. Before encountering a formidable opponent, Madara reverted to his roots, flame. With a whoosh, Uchiha Madara abandoned his ship and charged directly towards the mechanic ship on the opposite side. At this moment, countless laser attacks emanated from the mechanic ship, like bolts of lightning falling from the sky, forming a powerful lightning cage that spread across billions of kilometers, with countless electric snakes piercing the void. This was a technique unique to the mechanic clan. Only the strongest of them could harness their vast technological prowess to stage such a spectacle. From the 9 cardinal points of the lightning prison, a dense mass of light suddenly erupted, rapidly surrounding Uchiha Madara from 9 directions. It's a mechanical puppet, Madara recognized immediately. From a distance, it looked like a speck of light, but upon closer inspection, one could discern silver robots approximately 12 meters tall. Each carried a heavy alloy sword, and strands of electric serpents streamed from their alloy bodies. The countless electric snakes within the entire lightning prison had no effect on them when they touched them. These were lightning mechanical puppets. The lightning prison combined with the lightning mechanical puppet army was a common combination among the mechanic clan, but also a terrifying one. Those who undertook such a large-scale operation were usually the immortal gods of the mechanic clan. It seemed he was quite lucky to encounter a mechanic immortal in his first battle. Uchiha Madara smiled. Endless black flames, centered around him, continuously engulfed the surrounding area. A vast, surging sea of black fire appeared around him, stretching for billions of miles as it charged towards the lightning cage and countless mechanical lightning puppets. The void was instantly ripped apart, and the blue lightning that had once filled the void was instantly swallowed by the black flames. A fire-type immortal? Aboard the spaceship, the mechanical immortal frowned. This guy is a tough one. It looks like they'll have to sacrifice a significant number of puppet armies to capture him today. However, encountering a lone fire-type immortal was a rare opportunity that couldn't be missed. The next moment, a black light streaked across countless distances. Nothing in its path could stop the figure engulfed in black flames. Almost instantly, the black figure reached the front of the mechanical spaceship. What kind of speed is this? An immortal of the dual principles of fire and space? The mechanical immortal's pupils suddenly constricted. He hadn't even seen Uchiha Madara's movements. This time, he'd faced a tough opponent, and he had to bring out his most valuable treasure. But the next moment, black flames pierced the entire Mecha Clan spaceship, incinerating the Mecha Clan immortal to ash. Before dying, the Mecha Clan immortal's eyes widened. How could it be possible? His Mecha Clan spaceship, even a Marquis level immortal, would have struggled to breach it in a short time, yet now, it had been shattered in an instant. Unfortunately, no one could answer the immortal's question. Uchiha Madara calmly scooped the immortal's space ring into his hand. After a brief glance at the contents, the black flames receded from his body. The Mecha Clan immortal's fighting style was somewhat interesting, but ultimately too weak to satisfy him. The spaceship continued its journey, and 2 months passed in a flash. Although there had been a few sneak attacks along the way, they had all been dealt with by Uchiha Madara. Madara dismissed these minor incidents as meaningless. The real action lay in the battles at specific destinations. In 2 days, they would reach a renowned battle zone nearby, home to numerous powerful aliens. It should bring some spice to his life. It was called the Star-Shattering Belt. Legend has it that before this secret cosmic realm became a battlefield, the Star-Shattering Belt was once a massive planet, said to be tens of millions of kilometers in diameter. Later, this planet was directly bombarded by a powerful individual from the Thousand-Legged Centipede clan, a royal clan of the demon race. It exploded, shattering into countless fragments that drifted across a 0.8 light-year radius of the surrounding sky. These countless fragments, shattered over eons of war, filled this 0.8 light-year radius with countless planetary fragments. These fragments were named shattered stars. These special planetary fragments are extremely difficult to shatter even with a full-strength attack from the Realm Lord. Precisely because the battlefield is difficult to destroy, the Shattered Star Belt has become a very famous battlefield. Madara turned his head to look out the window, and moved his wrist. He was still looking forward to getting a lot of military merit. In the Virtual Universe Company, the Realm Lord level life and death trial mission requirement for the extraterritorial battlefield is 10 trillion. Such a huge number is not something that ordinary people can achieve. As far as he knows, the military merit requirement for the Realm Lord warriors in this extraterritorial battlefield to no longer need to serve and can move freely is only 200 million to 1 billion. Uchiha Madara finally arrived at the shattered star belt. In the distant starry sky, fragments of planets floated in the void, and an invisible evil spirit invaded through the spacecraft. At this time, Uchiha Madara heard a voice beside him, so he glanced at the screen of the arm guard in his hand. There are allies of mankind nearby. Chapter 239 Identity Transformation. Humanity, one of the foremost powerful races in the universe, has countless subordinate races. These races are collectively referred to as humanity's allies on this extraterritorial battlefield. Allies can see each other's locations and send requests for assistance. A month later, Uchiha Madara successfully established himself in the star-shattered belt, and everyone knew of humanity's genius. Though only a peak realm lord, he was capable of annihilating ordinary immortal gods. Meanwhile, the other most powerful races in the star-shattered belt also drew their attention. Within a palace of the demon tribe, a supremely powerful being seated in a dark golden chair opened the virtual universe to communicate with his tribe. Who is it? A hoarse, deep voice echoed thickly, as if echoing from a deep valley. Are you seeking me to hunt down a human? The deep voice demanded. Yes, your highness. Another voice replied. Countless powerful warriors have fallen on the battlefields beyond the domain. Should we hunt down every one of them? Is that still war? A heavy voice tinged with anger. Speak. Tell me your reasons. Your highness, the messenger said respectfully. I believe you haven't thoroughly understood that human. Otherwise, your highness, you wouldn't be angry, but rather joyful. The heavy voice said in a low voice. Speak. That human, although only at the peak of the realm lord, possesses the combat power of an immortal, the messenger explained. A human realm lord possessing the combat power of an immortal? The heavy voice was a little hurried. Yes, your highness. The messenger chuckled triumphantly, apparently hearing the news correctly. Tell me more about this human realm lord, the heavy voice shouted. This human realm lord is adept at using fire, and has once defeated an ordinary immortal god head-on. He is undoubtedly a top talent among humans, the messenger said. Good, very good, the heavy voice said with excitement. From now on, you are my friend. Of course, you can't lie to me. Absolutely not, the messenger said. I heard you can confirm their location? The deep voice pressed. The messenger nodded. In fact, Uchiha Madara hadn't deliberately concealed his whereabouts for the past month. Where the exact cosmic coordinates are, the messenger said. That's in the star-shattered belt, a territory where powerful human beings gather, the deep voice said. Don't venture in. Wait until they leave the territory of the powerful humans. Then we'll act. Yes. Snap. The communication ended. The messenger was thrilled. He knew. Within the demon race, there are special rewards for killing human geniuses. He had secretly encountered Uchiha Madara a few days ago, but he survived thanks to a backup plan similar to a clone, but he had to avenge this vengeance. Within the demon race, there are indeed special rewards for killing human geniuses. Human talent is generally weaker than that of the demon race. Therefore, human realm masters who can rival the immortal gods are extremely rare, and their numbers are extremely small. Even in the 7th battlefield of the Outer Realm, there are only a handful of them at the 26th barracks base. Humanity's enemy race, the demon tribe, has special regulations, offering special rewards for killing human prodigies. The prince the messenger just contacted was a marquisate immortal, and killing such a human prodigy was a significant achievement for him. The same thing happened not only to the demon tribe, but also to other peak races like the machine tribe and the insect race. In the star-shattered belt, Madara calmly surveyed his surroundings. He was currently surrounded by 5 marquisate immortals and 16 ordinary immortals. It was obvious that these immortals were out to slay him. But what could he do? Uchiha Madara stood up, his aura soaring. Fight, then fight. At that moment, numerous colossal creatures appeared in the starry sky. There were immortal reptiles with unicorn heads and scaly armor. Another enormous creature was covered in sharp spear-like spikes, its neck a thin membrane swaying in the wind. Its head resembled the adorable head of a mouse, its eyes radiating cuteness, yet the murderous intent within them was terrifying. Furthermore, an endless stream of mechanical puppets and Zerg warriors emerged from 3 directions, surrounding Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara simply smiled, then, swelling in an endless sea of flames, met the attack. A long black blade materialized in his hand, and he struck an immortal, severing its neck. The immortal attempted to recover, but the surging black flames prevented it from doing so, leaving it in disbelief. Be careful. The black flame he wields is strange, and can suppress our ability to recover. Some of the immortals warned. However, the next moment, the immortal saw a brilliant blade flash before his eyes, and then his head was also chopped off. The pitch black flames prevented him from using his body's recovery ability. Countless questions suddenly filled the immortal's mind. Was this just a matter of reaching the level of Marquis Immortal? He was worried he had been tricked. Uchiha Madara silently calculated his military achievements. The immortal gods are divided into 3 levels: Immortal Army Lord, Marquis, and King. Those who reach the Marquis level can generally achieve immortality. Once they become immortal, it is much more difficult to kill them. And the Immortal Army Lord, who obviously does not have an immortal body, is the easiest to kill. Killing an Immortal Army Lord has the least military merit, and is only divided into 2 levels. The low-level Immortal Army Lord has 100 million military merits, and the high-level Immortal Army Lord has 1 billion military merits. There are only these 2 levels. The Marquis level and King level are each divided into 3 levels. Killing an elementary Marquis has 10 billion military merits. Killing an advanced Marquis has 100 billion military merits. Killing a peak Marquis has 1 trillion military merits. Killing an elementary king has 10 trillion military merits. Killing a high-level king has 100 trillion military merits. Killing a peak king has 100 trillion military merits. After doing this, his military merits will probably reach 100 billion. At that point, he could be freed from the military establishment and move freely anywhere. With this thought, Madara's hands were engulfed in pitch black flames, and within a second, he unleashed thousands of punches at the Marquis Immortal before him. Ordinary immortals merely possess greater resilience, but Marquis Immortals were near immortal, requiring the wielding of immense law power to defeat them. Madara's Law of Fire perfectly fulfilled this requirement. After this battle, the name of Shura will surely spread throughout the world. Chapter 240 New Battle Belt. Soldier Uchiha Madara, you have completed your military merit quota, and have left the team. You now have 2 choices. 1. Continue fighting in the extraterritorial battlefield. 2. Retire and leave the extraterritorial battlefield. A text message appeared directly on the screen of Uchiha Madara's arm guard. Continue fighting, Uchiha Madara said softly. The monitoring system received Uchiha Madara's voice response, and soon another email was sent. Now that you've become a free person, you have the power to exchange treasures, or you can directly exchange them for money. Every 100,000 military merits equals 1 Hunyuan unit. Since you're a member of the Virtual Universe Company, every 100,000 military merits can also be exchanged for 1 point. You can use your military merits to exchange for treasures in the military system, or you can exchange them for points to exchange for treasures in the Virtual Universe Treasury. You choose to continue fighting. 1. You can go it alone. 2. You can choose to lead an army consisting of 100 Realm Masters, 1000 Domain Masters, and 10,000 Cosmic Level Warriors. Your mission is to lead this army to fight on the battlefield outside the domain. If you encounter powerful aliens, you will deal with the immortals among them, while your army will fight against the alien army. If you choose the first option, then military merits will accumulate normally. Choose the second option, be willing to lead and protect the army. As you accumulate merit, you'll receive an additional 50% of it. For example, if you kill a regular immortal, you learn 100 million. While leading an army, you learn 150 million for killing the same immortal while leading an army. And, while leading an army, you don't need to protect them. You only need to deal with immortals of other races and prohibit them from slaughtering them. Please make your choice. Uchiha Madara smiled. Being a wet nurse? The benefits are quite substantial. you can earn an additional 50% of your merit. While it's a more troublesome job, it also offers bonus merit, so most immortals might choose it. But how could Uchiha Madara be a wet nurse? I choose the first option, to lead an army alone, Uchiha Madara said. This has been recorded. Warrior Uchiha Madara. You can apply to lead an army at any time. Sending the latest star map of the extraterritorial battlefield. Battlefield 7. Please receive it. The army control system transmitted the star map directly through the virtual universe and then severed contact. Star map. Uchiha Madara sat on the sofa, tea in hand, looking up at the projection forming in front of him. The three-dimensional virtual projection formed a star map. The entire 7th battlefield star map was extremely complex, densely packed with unique zones. Locations like the Shattered Star Belt were countless, and there were billions of areas even lower than the Shattered Star Belt. These areas were home to very few powerful beings, generally the domains of realm lords, domain lords, and universe-level beings. In the Shattered Star Belt, there are many realm lord teams, as well as quite a few led by immortal gods, but only a handful of Marquis-level beings. Uchiha Madara shook his head. It's not challenging at all for me, and there are so few immortal gods. Simply finding them would be a hassle, and the hunting efficiency is too low. The Shattered Star Belt was not for him. Then go. Uchiha Madara looked at the star map. The star map was a miniaturized 7th star domain battlefield, with countless locations marked with text. Yanji continent. Uchiha Madara spotted the location. This is the only extremely high-level combat zone within the radius of the 26th barracks base. Zoom in, Uchiha Madara ordered. Zoom in on Yanji continent. The star map zoomed in on one of the billions of points on the star map, Yanji continent. An irregularly shaped continent appeared on the map, with scattered fragments of other continents scattered around it. Densely packed text accompanied the map, providing a detailed description of Yanji continent. Yanji continent, the highest level combat area within the control range of the number 0 to 6 barracks base in the 7th battlefield. Humans and countless alien warriors who dare to enter the Yanji continent. If they are elite teams, then there must be an immortal god in the team. If it is an army, there must be an immortal god leading the team. Every team has an immortal god, and the number of Marquis level immortal gods is extremely large. Among the immortal gods, immortal army lords account for about 2/3, Marquis level account for about 1/3, and there are very few king level. Here, if you don't have an immortal body, the probability of survival will be very low. A lot of introductions about the dangers of the Yanji continent, and the dense text finally said, the main continent of the Yanji continent has a maximum diameter of 1.8 light years, and there are thousands of continental fragments floating around the continent. The smallest of those continental fragments is 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter, and the largest is over 1 trillion kilometers in diameter. Uchiha Madara sat on the sofa in the control room, drinking tea, looking at the star map formed by the three-dimensional projection. The Flame Festival continent is the highest level combat zone within the control area of Barracks 026, Uchiha Madara whispered. In that case, we'll choose him. Intelligent beings, move out, Uchiha Madara ordered. Yes. With Uchiha Madara's detection equipment able to detect any enemy units early on, the spacecraft could easily avoid them, and so the E9 class spacecraft flew all the way to the space shuttle point without encountering any surprise attacks. Space shuttle. Travel at 50 times the speed of light. In about 2 hours, we'll reach the shuttle point near the Flame Festival continent. From there, it'll take another 6 days to reach the Flame Festival continent area. We have very advanced detection equipment, so the probability of a surprise attack is very low, the intelligent being suggested. Uchiha Madara nodded. A surprise attack, let it be, and who's to blame? 6 days later, the black flying saucer, which had been flying for so long over the extraterritorial battlefield, finally arrived at its destination. Wow. The alloy door of the control room opened automatically, and Uchiha Madara strode into the room, commanding 100% virtual exterior. Suddenly, the starry sky outside could be clearly seen. Yanji continent. Uchiha Madara stood in the control room, gazing ahead. We've finally arrived. In the distant starry sky, a vast, boundless continent stretched beyond it. Beyond that continent, suspended in the starry sky, lay fragments of equally vast continents. There are many alien races here. I'm afraid I'll be roaming this Yanji continent for a while. A picture of a figure flashed through Uchiha Madara's mind. A smile crossed his face. Whoosh! The E9 class spaceship swiftly flew towards the Yanji continent. From now on, Uchiha Madara would battle even more powerful alien races on this Yanji continent. What would happen in the future was anyone's guess. However, whether he achieved immortality as a Marquis or an immortal king, it meant nothing to Madara right now. Chapter 241 12 Immortals. On the Flame Festival continent, Mist Island. This was Uchiha Madara's first chosen battlefield, and the first one he considered worthy of attack, after entering this continent. Within this Mist Island, 12 Marquis level immortals, representing various races, were present. The Demon Clan Marquis Immortal, codenamed Wheel Snake, was the brown-eyed snake, one of the 18 demon clans. The Rock Clan Marquis Immortal, codenamed Great Stone. The Machine Clan Marquis Immortal Ally, codenamed Swordlight. Black Mist, Nightmare. The Marquis level immortals within Mist Island were 3 from the Demon Clan, 4 from the Machine Clan, 2 from the Zerg Clan, and 3 from the Human Clan, for a total of 12. Of course, these so-called clans included not only the strongest individuals within the Peak Clan itself, but also the numerous Marquis level immortals affiliated with it. Uchiha Madara, traveling through Mist Island on a spaceship, discovered his first target after several days. Uchiha Madara glanced at the smart screen on the spaceship. It displayed a dense mass of scaly armored creatures. These short scaly armored creatures possessed immense vitality. Even without reaching immortal level, they could still regroup after being directly blasted. Among these densely packed Realm Lord level scaly armored warriors were 2 peak level ordinary immortals. However, Uchiha Madara waved his hand, and a cloud of black flames erupted, instantly engulfing the scaly armored creatures in a raging sea of blaze. Despite their tenacious vitality, the scaly armored creatures were helpless against the equally tenacious unquenchable flames of Amaterasu. The 2 immortal level scaly armored creatures glared at Uchiha Madara's attack, and sped towards his spaceship. However, a mass of black sword materialized on Uchiha Madara's hand. A flash of black lightning flashed across the sky, and the next moment, the 2 immortals were severed in half. Amaterasu's power continuously eroded the 2 immortals, suppressing their ability to recover. Ultimately, the 2 immortal level scale armored creatures perished without incident. Uchiha Madara's Amaterasu sword vanished at that moment, and he stood calmly in the spaceship, continuing forward. There were only 12 Marquis immortals on Kirisha Island. He was determined to annihilate them all. His goal wasn't just this tiny Kirisha Island, his was the entire continent. Thus began Uchiha Madara's story on this continent, hunting and fighting, then returning for a period of contemplation and cultivation. Madara was still in a period of rapid growth, and his increased understanding of the laws would contribute far more to his strength than a crushing battle. One day, Uchiha Madara detected a feast of 12 immortals in the heart of a mountain range not far from him. You're completely oblivious to the presence of others? If that's the case, then I won't hold back, he thought, and quickly flew towards the 12 immortals. These 12 immortals could be divided into 3 tribes, the Xiao, the Kornu, and the Xingguang. The Xiao clan, flesh-based creatures, approximately 6 to 8 meters tall, are renowned for their ferocity and bloodlust. Their heads resemble those of a crocodile, with sturdy limbs, a ground-length scaly tail, and a black tortoise shell on their backs. The Kornu clan, rock-based creatures, approximately 15 to 20 meters tall. At first glance, their bodies appear to be made of alloy, but their appearances can be varied, resembling humans or demons, though they are all essentially rock-based creatures. The Starlight Clan, energy-based creatures, a truly bizarre species capable of transforming, and unafraid of spiritual attacks. Once immortal, the Starlight Clan becomes formidable, their energy cores fused into their immortal divine bodies. Due to their innate ability to condense energy, it would likely take hundreds of destructions to successfully defeat an ordinary immortal Starlight Clan. These 3 clans are all on the side of the Zerg. Among the 12 immortal gods, there are 8 Xiao clan, 3 Kornu clan, and 1 Starlight clan. Prepare for judgment. Haha, I heard a human named Shura has recently appeared. He's at the peak of the Realm Lord realm, but possesses the power of Marquis Immortal. If we capture him, the Zerg will likely credit us with a significant achievement, said a Koru immortal. So what if he's a Marquis immortal? With 12 of us, the immortal army lords, united as one, how can we possibly fear him? Asked another Koru immortal. Besides, we have a true Marquis immortal behind us. His little tricks are useless against a true Marquis immortal, said a Starlight immortal. At that moment, a nearby mountain wall suddenly exploded. Countless rocks rushed towards the 12 immortals, enraging them. Each one unleashed a powerful law domain, whether it was the law of thunder or the law of fire. The scene was abuzz with activity. After the smoke and dust cleared, a figure emerged from behind the cliff. This figure, clad in a black and red robe, held a long sword blazing with black flames. The 12 immortals' faces suddenly changed upon seeing this newcomer. Realm Lord Shura. Shura, we don't want to provoke you, but even with the 12 of us working together, we are not afraid of you. Please leave immediately, a female immortal said. Madara calmly stared at the 12 frightened immortals. This is a battle between races. If I remember correctly, there's no such thing as you say. Since we've met, why don't you stay and decide who's stronger, who lives and dies? If you 12 are afraid, you can try to escape now. Perhaps after I kill the other 11, I won't be able to find you. Asshole. Damn it. 12 of us working together. Are you afraid of you? The 12 immortals raged. But before they could utter their words, Uchiha Madara had already struck. Like a gorgeous rose blooming on the battlefield, a dark red figure instantly rushed before the 12 immortals. Each movement seemed perfectly natural, toying with the 12 immortals. Black flames blazed across the battlefield. Gradually, the entire battlefield transformed into a sea of black inferno. No matter how the 12 immortals moved, they could not escape Uchiha Madara's close quarters. With each strike, Uchiha Madara remarkably crushed the immortals with his combined taijutsu and swordsmanship. If there weren't 12 of them, they would have lost at least one. Chapter 242 The Revenge of Rock Life. Of the 12 immortals standing before Uchiha Madara, only one remained, a rock-like being from the Koru tribe. Human, you cannot kill me. My brother is the Great Stone, one of the 12 Marquis immortals. If you kill me, I guarantee you will be hunted down by my brother. The Koru tribe's rock-like being roared in the face of the threat to his life. Are you threatening me? Uchiha Madara glared at the rock-like being coldly. I'm threatening you. The rock-like being said. Then you can die. Hunted down by a Marquis immortal? If killing you will lead to a Marquis immortal hunting you down, then you deserve to die. A flash of black sword light flashed, and the next moment the rock-like immortal was ripped apart, barely surviving. Uchiha Madara struck again, instantly annihilating the rock-like immortal. After this, Madara stood calmly. Marquis immortal, hunt him down now. Beneath the scorching desert of Washer Island lies an ancient palace, its construction unknown. A towering Koru immortal, approximately 12 meters tall, sat silently on his throne. He was none other than Fenya, one of Washer Island's 12 Marquisate immortals, known to the human immortals as the Stone. On Washer Island, at least, he was undoubtedly a dominant force. Suddenly, he received a call for help from his younger brother, Longso. The Koru immortal leaped to his feet. But then, a message rang out. Revenge me, it's Shura. Then, no matter how the Marquisate immortal tried, there was no further news. Longso is dead. Fenya's eyes flashed with fury. Human, I want you dead. I want you dead. Fenya roared, his voice echoing throughout the palace. Rage. While Fenya and Long Suo weren't brothers, they were from the same tribe within the Koru tribe. Long Suo was the only immortal from the same era as Fenya. So, naturally, Long Suo and Fenya journeyed together, following orders from their superiors, arriving in the distant Zerg region, and joining the outer battlefields. On Misty Sand Island, Fenya was unstoppable, and Long Suo would be a drag if he followed him, so Fenya sent Long Suo to join the rest of the group. Shura. Fenya gritted his teeth. He'd heard plenty of rumors about Shura lately, knowing him to be a ruthless character capable of slaying even ordinary immortals. But so what? Since he'd killed his brother, he'd make sure he paid dearly. Damn it. Fenya roared, his eyes suddenly gleaming with a dazzling light. Mark. That's my mark. I gave my token to Lonsao, and Lonsao is dead. Could that human have taken it? How dare they take it? They are courting death. Fenya immediately followed the mark. Whoosh! He soared into the sky, breaking through the desert layer thousands of kilometers away. After breaking through, he flew rapidly towards the location of the mark on a spaceship. Time passed, and while Uchiha Madara continued to comprehend the laws, the immortal Fenya, a marquis, flew closer and closer to Uchiha Madara's location. Boom. A pyramid-shaped spaceship, approximately 600 meters tall, soared through the air at high speed. Inside the pyramid-shaped spaceship, Shura, sitting in the alloy seat was the Koru immortal Fenya, his eyes blazing with fire. Beside him lay two polygonal hammers. Clearly, he and the fallen Lon Sao wielded the same heavy weapons, hammers. It hasn't moved at all. The token's location hasn't changed, Fenya muttered in a low voice. Could it be that he knew of my relationship with Lon Sao and, fearing retaliation from me, searched and found the token and simply dumped it somewhere? If Uchiha Madara truly fled, where would Fenya find him in the vast misty sand island? Furthermore, if Uchiha Madara fled to Yanji continent or somewhere else, Fenya would be completely lost. No, it has to be there, it has to be there. Fenya's heart pounded with worry and anticipation. He truly wanted to kill that despicable human and avenge his beloved brother, but he was afraid that the despicable and cunning human would abandon the token and flee. Then, who knew when he would be able to avenge himself? The distance kept shrinking. It has to be there. Fenya gazed into the distance. Even with 100% virtual reality, he could only see some distant mist. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. His super strong perception allowed him to sense the presence of the immortal, the Marquis of the Koru clan. Finally here? Uchiha Madara twisted his wrist, then shot out of the cave like a giant cannonball, careening upwards along the mountain's rock face. Soon, he arrived at a relatively flat area within the range. There, nestled a large lake, atop the mountain, tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter, unthinkable on Earth, but perfectly normal on misty sand island. Water. Sitting by the lake, Uchiha Madara could already sense the thick chill spreading through his body. He reached out to scoop up some water. The biting cold instantly coursed through his arms, chilling him to the bone. Of course, this chill, Uchiha Madara could still easily endure. Madara sat there, casually playing in the water. After an unknown amount of time, boom. A pyramid-shaped spaceship swiftly streaked through the air from afar, then rapidly slowed to a stop above the lake. The shock waves from its immense speed sent sand and rocks flying everywhere, but the incredibly heavy and frigid water within the lake merely created a few ripples. Wow. A majestic 12-meter tall Koru immortal, clad in fiery red armor, stepped out of the hatch. The pyramid-shaped spaceship beside him vanished into thin air, leaving him suspended in mid-air above the lake. An invisible pressure permeated his presence, and flames erupted around him. The flames spread, instantly covering tens of thousands of kilometers. But Madara remained calmly seated by the water. A powerful field of fire unfolded around him, but it clearly had no effect on him. Goo 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 goo, the previously icy lake waters began to churn, and then the entire vast lake, hundreds of times thicker than all the oceans on Earth combined, began to swirl and boil. A resounding voice echoed from the sky. Are you sure? If I'm not mistaken, you've been waiting for me here. You're quite courageous, but today you'll learn the price of disregarding the title of immortal. Chapter 243, Enjoying the Battle. The instant the sound emanated, Fenya summoned his own domain of laws and projections of the world with all his might, pressing down upon Uchiha Madara with all his might. The battle began immediately. The flaming hammer swung, shattered the surrounding universe. Space proved too fragile for the immortal Fenya. The hammer swept up countless dimensional fragments, smashing directly towards Uchiha Madara with domineering force. A dazzling blade flashed forward. Wherever the blade reached, a massive rift in space appeared. Uchiha Madara, wielding the Amaterasu sword, engaged the hammer head-on. Bang! The dimensional fragments trembled and twisted, and the powerful shockwave instantly spread out for tens of thousands of kilometers, shaking the already boiling lake water, as if a giant were stirring it. Ha 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 ha. Fenya laughed heartily, striding through the void, each stride spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, as he charged forward, carrying a pair of flaming hammers. Uchiha Madara's figure flashed like a ghost, and he stood on a distant hillside, overlooking Fenya, who strode towards him, stomping through the void. Using only his ordinary immortal level physical strength, he was at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation with Fenya. Uchiha Madara looked down at the flaming giant immortal charging below. He remembered that the Koryu tribe's physical advantage was indeed significant. Fenya's understanding of the laws was probably only at the lower level of Marquis, but his physical strength was at the upper level of a Marquis. This was indeed something to be mindful of. Fenya strode through the air. Human. Fenya's voice echoed through the void. You can withstand my blows at the Realm Lord level and survive. I admire you. But unfortunately, I still have to kill you. Die. Idiot. Uchiha Madara snorted. Today, he would use all the abilities associated with ordinary immortal level abilities to kill Fenya. Madara was confident in his combat experience. Swish. Madara instantly unleashed his skills. Initially, he'd merely sought to test his opponent's strength, but now that he knew his strengths and weaknesses, he wouldn't foolishly engage in a head-on confrontation. Fenya was clearly lacking in his mystical offensive abilities, but his immortal divine body was incredibly formidable. 3 phantoms zigzagged and flashed, and Uchiha Madara appeared in a flash behind Fenya's right side. One strike. The sword instantly transformed into a dazzling display of dazzling light, its beauty captivating. HMPH. Fenya swung his right hand and struck with the hammer. Wherever it passed, space crumbled, like a steamroller rolling down a country road. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 phantoms zigzagged and flashed again, and Uchiha Madara was on Fenya's other side. Another flash. Uchiha Madara appeared directly in front. Another flash. Uchiha Madara appeared behind Fenya. Swish. Amid Uchiha Madara's frantic shifts, the blood shadow saber finally broke through the sledgehammer's defenses and sliced directly across Fenya's right waist. The blade sliced through, but it felt like it was slicing through an incredibly solid substance. It only penetrated about half a meter, less than 1/5 the thickness of the waist, before becoming completely stuck and unable to penetrate any further. Such a tough body. Uchiha Madara raised a brow. Even if flesh and blood creatures could exert the same power, they generally lack the hardness of rock-based creatures. Flesh and blood creatures only have surface defenses of scales and muscle, leaving them vulnerable once the slash penetrated the internal organs. However, this wasn't the case with rock-based creatures. Rock-based creatures were naturally formidable in their defenses. And not to mention Fenya. His physical strength rivaled that of a high-ranking Marquis, but his hardness was 7 or 8 times greater than that of a high-ranking Marquis. Had Fenya turned to look at Uchiha Madara, then casually launched a hammer, striking him in the head. Swish. Uchiha Madara instantly stopped attacking, drew his sword, and retreated. Clang. Retreating violently, he used his Amaterasu sword to block the powerful blow. Fortunately, Fenya's hammer only managed to deliver 30% of its force, and Madara felt his blood boiling. Shura, you're so fast. Fenya strode forward, continuing his assault. HMPH. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, his body flashing away again. Suddenly, the entire mountain range suffered. Where the two passed, countless rocks shattered. Peaks collapsed, and the universe collapsed again and again. The two were completely different styles. Fenya, with his immense strength, his body a gigantic lump of rock, but his understanding of the laws was slightly inferior, making him less adaptable and flexible than Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, possessing all-around immortal level power, possessed speed and agility. Fenya couldn't catch up, even if he rode a horse. Swish, swish, swish. Uchiha Madara flashed again and again, appearing everywhere, unleashing his cold Amaterasu sword to attack the Koryu immortal, Fenya. As time passed, Uchiha Madara became increasingly adept at handling Fenya's attacks. With his Sharingan, he could see through everything Fenya did. Fenya could no longer strike Uchiha Madara. Fenya stood atop the mountain, his head raised, and roaring in anger, clearly utterly furious. When Uchiha Madara slashed at him, he didn't even block. He simply smashed down on Uchiha Madara with his sledgehammer. Human, die. Fenya roared, his rage soaring. He ignored Uchiha Madara's sword, his attacks, and Fenya's eyes were fixed solely on Uchiha Madara himself. Each blow carried a surge of spatial pressure, his massive arms swinging, as if to strike Uchiha Madara from all directions. Uchiha Madara's situation suddenly worsened. Previously, whenever Madara attacked Fenya, Fenya would try to block him with his two hammers. With both defense and offense, the pressure on Uchiha Madara wouldn't be too great. But now, Fenya went berserk, completely ignoring Madara's sword strikes. He allowed them to slash at him, focusing all his energy on attacking. His massive flaming hammers, constantly attacking. Attack. All attack. Uchiha Madara felt as if two flaming hammers, several times larger than himself, were coming down like a torrent of fire. Bang. He was caught off guard. He was flung thousands of kilometers away, then smashed into the mountain wall, creating a hole in it. Then, Uchiha Madara burst out again. Bang. Countless phantom hammers slammed down frantically, and Uchiha Madara was finally sent flying once again. Blood splattered everywhere. He was hurled back again and again. Fly. 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 Madara had to reach Fenya's body, where he would be met with the frenzied earth-shattering blows of Fenya's two hammers. Fenya, however, didn't care, not even blocking Uchiha Madara's Amaterasu sword, focusing solely on attacking Uchiha Madara. Unless Uchiha Madara retreated, he would be a sitting duck. Even with the most agile agility, facing those lightning-fast hammers, even after dodging 7 or 8 times, it would be difficult to dodge them the 10th time. Ha 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 ha. However, this kind of real-life, fist-to-fist combat was exactly what Uchiha Madara desired. Like a fearless warrior, Madara charged forward again and again. The more he fought, the more excited he felt. Let the storm come even harder. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244. The Name of Shura. Human. Fenya roared, a rage of impotence. Keep trying to please me. Keep showing me your worth, Uchiha Madara said. Fenya's flaming hammer danced with tremendous force, but nothing could escape his gaze. In less than an hour, Madara had adapted to Fenya's new attack pattern. Now, Fenya was back to being unable to touch Uchiha Madara, and could only passively take the beating. The slang's ward formed of black flames is something special, Fenya suddenly realized. Normally, an immortal body like his wouldn't deplete, unless subjected to immense force. Therefore, most people who achieve immortality are considered undead. But now, after just 1 hour, Fenya felt his body's concentration drop by 1%. This meant that in 100 hours, Uchiha Madara would be able to kill him, a true death. No, he couldn't continue wasting time with Uchiha Madara. It wasn't worth it. With that thought, Fenya wanted to escape the battle with Uchiha Madara, teleporting backward. Stop fighting? But did I allow you to leave? Since you won't continue fighting with me, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Uchiha Madara swung the Amaterasu sword in his hand, slicing through Fenya's body in an instant, like a knife cutting through tofu, separating Fenya's upper and lower parts. Even after being cut in two, Fenya threw his head back and howled in agony. He hadn't cried out in pain, even when he was pulverized, but now he did. Pain, excruciating pain. The invisible yet sharp aura of destruction was so tangible, it was like hot water melting ice and snow, like sulfuric acid corroding. Fenya's immortal power was so fragile before the destructive aura that it was forcibly annihilated one by one. 2% of his immortal body was instantly lost. This was a complete destruction. Fenya screamed in agony. The power of a king-level immortal. How is that even possible? How could a king-level immortal exist on a tiny island like Kirisha Island? Uchiha Madara remained expressionless. It was simple. Simply unleash the power of a king-level immortal's physical strength, telekinesis, and understanding of the laws. Although his own realm was still at the peak of the realm lord, his chakra power had fully recovered, so if he truly exerted his strength, his body was no less powerful than that of an average king-level immortal. So, just now, Uchiha Madara's seemingly ordinary slash had directly destroyed 2% of Fenya's immortal divine body. At the immortal level, unleashing thousands of sword strikes in an instant was a breeze. That strike meant that, should Uchiha Madara so desire, he could instantly slay Fenya, a Marquis immortal with an extremely vigorous rock life form. It was like Madara being besieged by multiple Marquis Immortals in the Star-Shattering Belt, and being able to kill them with a single strike. Uchiha Madara's Amaterasu sword erupted, sending streams of sword light careening towards Fenya. Swish, 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 swish. Fenya was completely unable to dodge. Despite concentrating again and again, he found himself sliced through by the Sylve monster again, each time destroying 2% of his immortal body. Even if he possessed immortality, he would be doomed by the 50th time. For an ordinary immortal, losing 50% of his immortal body, equivalent to losing 50% of his soul, would cause his consciousness to collapse, and he would be completely destroyed. After becoming immortal, even if he lost 99%, he wouldn't die. He might survive 1%, retaining at most his memories, but his strength would be nothing more than cannon fodder among the immortals. To regain his former strength with just 1% of his immortal body would take eons. No. No, Fenya screamed in agony. Mercy, respected Shura King, please spare me. Fenya desperately communicated with Uchiha Madara through voice transmission. He knew that, even if he burned his immortal power to burst into speed, he wouldn't be able to escape. Uchiha Madara's speed at that moment was too terrifying. Swish, 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 swish. Instantly, he was attacked over 10 more times. Only 50% of Fenya's immortal body remained. Half of his soul had been shattered. Immortal King, don't force me, don't force me. Fenya roared through his voice. Force you? You'd better die. Madara's eyes were cold, unmoved by Fenya's words. The sword flashed across Fenya's body, repeatedly destroying the immortal body he had cultivated over countless years. The immortal body was the very foundation. No. Seeing only 30% of his immortal body destroyed, Fenya, the immortal king of the Kou clan, grew anxious. Losing so much of his soul had a profound impact on his strength. He roared in anger, and finally, as Madara attacked again, he gave way to despair, only to let out a cry of agony in his heart. Boom. The entire immortal body instantly exploded. Self-destruction. Fenya, desperate, chose this last resort. Even if he couldn't kill Uchiha Madara, he would at least severely injure him. This was Fenya's final revenge. Boom, space crumbled, and the surrounding mountains collapsed. Uchiha Madara, facing Fenya at close range, had long been wary of Fenya's dying counterattack. The laws of space formed a dimensional barrier before him, absorbing the entire force emanating from Fenya's self-detonation. Madara's cold eyes surveyed the land. The rock, one of Kirishire Island's 12 immortal lords, had fallen. Before his death, the rock didn't call for help, because none of his allies on Kirishire Island were stronger than him. Who could he turn to? And as for leaving a warning for future generations? Who? With Uchiha Madara's immortal power, no one could rival him. None of the other 11 lords were from his Kou clan. Since he's dead, some of you should be buried with him. Fenya had no good intentions. If he were from his own clan, he might have warned them, but for someone from another race, Fenya wasn't that great. Run, Shura's coming. Damn, you should have told me Shura's coming. He specifically targets immortals. Let's get away, hope we can escape. Soon, the name Shura became a nightmare for all of Kirishire Island. In addition to Kirishire Island's 12 Marquis immortals, there was now another, Shura, the island's absolute king. While a typical immortal had a high chance of escaping a Marquis immortal attack, even with 10 or more immortals under Uchiha Madara's command, it was rare for one to escape. Shura had never failed to strike. Kirishire Island knew only that Shura was a member of the human race. Beyond that, they knew nothing about him. For everyone who had seen Shura's appearance was dead. Chapter 245, entering the main continent. A year later, all the immortal Marquesses on Uchiha Island, except for the 3 human Marquesates, were killed by Shura. Uchiha Madara looked into the distance, which was an infinitely vast land in the void. That was the main continent of Yanji continent, a place 1,000 times more dangerous than Uchiha Island, and a place where powerful people were as numerous as clouds. There, Marquesses were as numerous as dogs, and kings were everywhere. But that was where his true stage belonged. The main continent of Yanji continent has a maximum diameter of 1.8 light years. The powerful people on the thousands of islands around it combined are not even a fraction of the number on the main continent. On the main continent, above the vast desert, a black flying saucer was flying at sublight speed. Uchiha Madara, there is an alien team 960 million kilometers away, with a total of 3 immortal gods and more than 10,000 troops. We are monitoring the conversations in the team. According to the conversations of tens of thousands of alien soldiers, among the 3 immortal gods in their team, one is a Marquis, and his strength is extremely high. The leader of the team is a Marquis level immortal god. Uchiha Madara sat on the sofa in the control room of the spacecraft, leisurely sipping the fruit wine, while in his mind came the reminders of intelligent life. Alright, no need for such a detailed introduction. Uchiha Madara put down his glass. I can tell without you even monitoring them, every single one of those teams definitely has a Marquisate immortal. In the 36 days since entering the main continent of Yanji continent, I've discovered over 800 teams, both alien and human. Based on what we've detected, there's not a single one without a Marquisate immortal. Uchiha Madara shook his head. Clearly, every single team on the main continent of Yanji continent has a Marquisate immortal. No wonder. According to the data I've found, among the immortals, immortal military lords make up about 2/3, Marquisate immortals make up about 1/3, and very few awakens. With such a high proportion of Marquisate immortals, any team of 3 or 5 immortals is bound to have a Marquisate immortal. Teams without Marquisites simply can't survive on Yanji continent. Uchiha Madara smiled, just like when he appeared on Misty Sand Island, forcing those immortals to immediately act in groups of 4, 5, or even 5. The same principle. The high proportion of Marquis immortals means there are bound to be many teams with Marquis immortals, forcing other immortal teams without Marquis immortals to immediately unite with other allies, to at least ensure they have Marquis immortal. This increases their chances of survival. Otherwise, they'll simply be slaughtered by Marquis immortals, and no strong person enjoys being slaughtered. Marquis immortals. Those possess immortality. Marquis immortals rarely fall in battle, unless one Marquis possesses exceptional proficiency in soul attack. It seems that Marquis immortals are truly rare. We've been flying across the main continent of Yanji continent for 36 days, and haven't found a single team with a Marquis immortal. Uchiha Madara shook his head. That's normal. A flight across the Yanji continent would take about 2 years, and that's a straight line flight. And if we were to search the entire Yanji continent, flying back and forth repeatedly, even if the kings remained stationary and searched non-stop for 10,000 years, they wouldn't be able to cover the entire continent. Even in 10,000 years, they couldn't. And you've only been searching for 36 days, and it's so easy to encounter a king immortal. That's bizarre. Even if you do encounter a king immortal, maybe their detector is more advanced than yours, shielding it, making it impossible for us to detect them. Uchiha Madara shook his head. Intelligent life, he ordered. Activate all functions of detector number 2, maintain normal operation of detector number 1, and disable its shielding function, leaving only the detector's own self-protection, he commanded in his mind. Understood. The intelligent life immediately did so. Detector number 1 was something Uchiha Madara had exchanged for with a huge sum of points in Chaos City. It was definitely standard equipment for a king immortal. Detector number 2 was the one Uchiha Madara found among the spoils of the Battle of Fenya. If it had cost money to purchase, it would have cost hundreds of thousands of Yuan units, making it a very good detector. Now that Detector No 1's shielding function is disabled, then if the alien immortal team's detector is more advanced than Detector number 2, it will be able to detect Uchiha Madara's spaceship. Finding a detector more advanced than Detector number 1 on the Yanji continent is difficult, but finding one more advanced than Detector number 2 is much easier. Uchiha Madara, you're so cunning. Not cunning, I'm just bored. I need to fish a little, to attract some fish to eat my bait. 310 million kilometers away from Uchiha Madara's spaceship, a dark green biological spaceship was flying. Inside the spaceship's control room. Damn humans. They possess immortal plant life. If it weren't for that plant life, I would have killed them long ago, the man with a scaly wolf-like body roared. Humanity is truly too wealthy. Even many of the immortals who have been granted the title of Marquis possess immortal plant life. Humanity is indeed wealthy, said a low voice from an alien immortal with butterfly-like wings and a giant, bulging compound eye on its forehead, sitting at the dining table. Uchiha Madara would have recognized this at a glance. This was an alien race, the Tail Relics, a powerful tribe, not a vassal of the demon race. In fact, in the outer battlefields, besides the 4 peak tribes, the vast majority of alien races were not all vassal tribes. Some were sent by powerful tribes specifically for training, after negotiations with the peak tribes. Furthermore, besides the 4 peak tribes, there were also beings from other peak tribes participating in the war. After all, the demon race, the machine race, the human race, and the insect race are only 4 of the 6 peak tribes in the universe. Their frequent wars are only due to their close territories and intense conflicts. There are 2 other peak races in the universe. Because they are located in extremely remote areas, large-scale wars are naturally unlikely. Otherwise, the transportation costs would be prohibitive. However, some members of these 2 peak races are willing to participate in the war. For example, the Koryu tribe. Although they belong to the Zerg, they are actually a vassal tribe of one of the 2 peak races in that remote area. Humans are very perfect in all aspects such as machinery and biology. Another male immortal from the Tail Relics said enviously, combined with the unique virtual universe network in the universe, the power of the entire human race is condensed into one, and resources are used most efficiently. This is unmatched by other races. Humans' physical fitness is originally poor, and as a whole they are worse than our demon race. They rely on various external means to be comparable to our demon race. The wolf-headed man with human scales snorted. It's a pity that those star beasts are too proud and don't consider themselves a member of our demon race. Those proud star beasts don't think about it. They are intelligent, talented, and giant beasts. Of course they should be considered a member of our demon race, especially the 12 peak bloodlines, which are more noble than our royal bloodlines. What a pity. It's strange that those star beasts have powerful strength but no territory, said the woman from the Tail Relics. Although there are no borders, the universe is full of borders, said the wolf-headed man with humanoid scaly armor. The star beasts are scattered across the universe. Many peak level star beasts, even realm masters, will never encounter one in their lifetime. Only by becoming immortal and possessing eternal life can one reach the core of a star beast. The Star Beast Alliance. It's one of the super alliances in the universe. If this alliance is willing to integrate into our demon race, we will immediately become the most powerful race in the universe, the wolf-headed man with humanoid scaly armor exclaimed. The demon race and the star beasts do have many entanglements. In fact, overall, the star beasts are truly equivalent to enhanced demons. No wonder the demon race has always sought to integrate the star beasts into their own race. Just as the 3 alien immortals were discussing humans, demons, and star beasts are, the wolf-headed man with humanoid scaly armor looked down at the screen on his arm guard. 2 immortals from the Tail Relic clan looked at him. Captain? The 2 Tail Relic clan immortals were puzzled. We've discovered a spaceship. Human, the wolf-headed man with human-like armor said in a low voice. What's so strange about discovering a human spaceship? The Tail Relic clan woman laughed. It seems the captain has been provoked by humans. No, the human aboard this spaceship is a realm master. The wolf-headed man with human-like armor said solemnly. Realm master? How is that possible? The 2 Tail Relic clan immortals exclaimed in shock. The Flame Sacrifice continent's main continent is teeming with powerful individuals. It's safe to say that any team must have Marquis Immortal or possess special means comparable to those of a Marquis Immortal. And now, a human realm master has appeared on the Flame Sacrifice continent's main continent. How dare a human realm master come to the Flame Sacrifice continent? Are you courting death? The 2 Tail Relic clan immortals were in disbelief. Kill this human realm master, the wolf-headed man with human-like armor said. Of course, the 2 Tail Relic clan immortals laughed. Get closer, the wolf-headed man with human-like armor ordered. Whoosh. The biological spaceship quickly approached Uchiha Madara's spaceship. Chapter 246 Who is the prey? The biological spaceship gradually approached. Look, that human realm master is still leisurely drinking. The wolf-headed man with human-like scales pointed at the arm guard screen and sneered. If he knew he was being targeted by a peak-level Marquis from the demon race's fearful Golden Hand clan, He'd probably be terrified to death. The tail relic's woman laughed crisply. The tail relic's man beside her nodded and said coldly, ignorance is bliss. Let's let him die quickly. The human realm master dared to venture into the main continent, so his strength must be quite high. He must be a super genius as defined by the Demon Race Alliance. The reward is very high. The reward is high. The wolf-headed man with human-like scales nodded. So we must film a detailed battle video and leave his body and trophies to prove our victory. Unlike humans, who have a virtual universe network, the demon race's communication system is very rudimentary. Within the 7th battlefield, they can only maintain conscious and voice communication, unable to exchange images, video, etc., let alone synchronized transmission like humans do. Understood. Excitement shone in the enormous compound eyes of the two immortals from the Tail Relic clan. Inside the spaceship, Uchiha Madara sat in the control room, sipping his fruit wine with a peculiar smile. It must be said, ignorance is bliss. The three immortals had no idea what was about to befall them, so they were enjoying themselves. But one wondered what expressions they would soon express. 5 minutes, 4 minutes. Countdown 30 seconds. 30, 29, 28. Uchiha Madara clearly knew the distance between him and the biological spaceship through the number 1 detector. Boom. A ball of light, condensed from the constantly compressed immortal power, instantly traveled tens of thousands of kilometers and struck the black flying saucer Uchiha Madara was aboard. The E-class spaceship was instantly ripped apart, sending a torrent of alloy debris flying in all directions. The entire spaceship exploded with a rumbling sound, ripping space apart and sending countless fragments of space trembling. Space gradually stabilized and calmed. Amidst the aftermath of the explosion, a dark red figure stood in the void, clutching the pitch black Amaterasu sword, his face calm. You're quite courageous, little one. You dare to come to the main continent of the Flame Festival continent? A shrill voice emanated from a Tail Relic clan woman with butterfly-like wings and a bulging, single-eyed compound eye on her head. You possess the strength of a realm lord, a peerless genius among humans, but why are you so foolish? His foolishness earns us military merit, a Tail Relic clan man muttered in a low voice from another direction. Don't waste time. Take care of him, shouted a wolf-headed man with human-like scales in the distance. 3 alien immortals, from different directions, completely surrounded Uchiha Madara. How noisy. Uchiha Madara slowly moved his sword, his gaze sweeping across the 3 alien immortals with a cold look. Poor little the Tail Relic clan woman was only halfway through her words. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 immortals of the Tail Relic clan simultaneously transformed into hazy phantoms, leaving twisting S-shaped trails across thousands of kilometers of sky, heading directly for Uchiha Madara. Simultaneously, a vast expanse of white silk thread shot forth from their hands. At first glance, they resembled spider silk, but Uchiha Madara could clearly discern them. As the thread streaked across the sky, the very fabric of space seemed to be cleaved by them, creating fissures. The 2 immortals unleashed tens of millions of threads, entangling Uchiha Madara from all sides, clearly aiming to bind him first. The Tail Relic clan is indeed a powerful clan. Their methods are extraordinary, but these 2 are clearly still weak. Uchiha Madara shook his head. Countless white threads swirled towards Uchiha Madara. What an idiot. You won't even resist. The Tail Relic clan man scoffed. We are weak, but even if the captain is trapped, he won't be able to escape for a while. A hint of sneer lingered in the compound eyes of the Tail Relic woman, but then their laughter died down. Just as countless white threads tangled together, about to form a cocoon, they were shocked to discover the black human figure was already thousands of kilometers away. How is that possible? How can they dodge faster than us? The 2 Tail Relic immortals were astonished. Uchiha Madara merely glanced at them. He had once simulated a battle against a Tail Relic immortal in a virtual universe, and the simulation had been of a king-level force, with far more formidable tactics. The Tail Relic were renowned for their speed and evasion, and their innate ability to spin silk. The silk crafted by the Tail Relic immortals was incredibly resilient. Once a large number of threads formed a cocoon, they could entrap their enemies. Even if the enemy's body were completely shattered, they couldn't escape. This cocoon was a bit like a cage. Once trapped, they were practically sealed for a short period, unable to escape. Unfortunately, Uchiha Madara had detailed information about the tailed relics in his memories, and even more so, actual combat experience against those who had achieved immortality. He wouldn't care about these two barely crowned Marcoses. Die. Uchiha Madara's 3 consecutive zigzag movements left only a zigzag path through the vast sky, like twisted lightning bolts. The tailed relics man frantically dodged and tried to control the silk thread to entangle him, but Uchiha Madara was far faster. Whoa. Amaterasu's lungs would instantly transformed into a dazzling, captivating rainbow light. This dazzling black light, unstoppable, tore through the cosmic space. In the cracks and gullers of space filled with spatial debris, a long black river appeared, a black river formed by sword light. Beneath this black river, there was no resistance. Bang! The terrified tailed relics man was instantly strangled and shattered. 2 more consecutive rainbow beams of light formed 2 long rivers in the gully of space. One directly shredded the woman from the tail relic clan, while the other slammed directly into the wolf-headed man with human-like scales. 3 long black rivers, attacking 3 alien immortals. Raw, the wolf-headed man with human-like scales instantly shattered. Simultaneously, a roar that shook the heavens and earth rang out. A gigantic monster covered in golden scales, with a wolf-like head, but a single horn, and its scales etched with intricate mysterious patterns, appeared in mid-air. It was one of the royal clans of the demon race, the Golden Fearing Hound clan. Known for their devouring power, the Golden Fearing Hound clan resembled a weakened golden horned behemoth. Captain, my immortal body has lost 3%. My immortal body has also lost 2%. The 2 tail relic clan figures converged in mid-air, their eyes filled with shock and anger. After all, they had both recently cultivated immortality, though it hadn't yet fully stabilized. But it's barely a marquisate. To damage their immortal bodies, one must possess the combat power of barely a king, or rather, be close to a king. A human realm master, possessing the combat power of barely a king. Killing him would be worth countless military merits. He might be stronger than me, but not by much. Those 2 idiots from the tail relic clan have only just achieved immortality, and their bodies aren't stable yet. Even I can only destroy 1% of their immortal bodies. Fearful Golden Hound's eyes blazed. Besides, this human realm master is only a realm master after all. He doesn't have immortality, and at worst, I can burn some of my immortal power, and give it a go, and kill him. This kind of genius is absolutely worthy of a king. Killing a realm master genius is rewarded with greater rewards than killing an immortal of equal strength. A realm master is close to a king. Killing him would indeed earn military merits comparable to killing a true king immortal. Uchiha Madara glanced at the 2 tail relic immortals. Sure enough, with only their understanding of the laws, physical strength, and telekinesis amplification at the Marquis level, their overall combat power is still a ways off from that of a king. Roar! A terrifying golden hyena suddenly charged from the distance, its maw gaping open. Its terrifying devouring force unleashed upon Uchiha Madara. A peak Marquis immortal of the same rank might not have dared to devour him so forcefully, but a human realm lord, despite their immense combat power, was only a human realm lord, not immortal. It devoured him directly. Heaven and earth darkened as a powerful spatial force bearing down upon Uchiha Madara, nearly devouring him. However, Uchiha Madara would not sit idly by. Chapter 247 The encirclement is coming. With one strike, a single strike, Uchiha Madara used immense force to force this peak level immortal to withdraw his bloody maw. Above the endless desert, a massive golden hound and a black armored human engaged in a frenzied close quarters clash. The encounter bloody and bloody. Puff. The strike, a sword that could leave a river of sword light across the cracks of space, merely split the hound's armor, sending golden blood spurting out. But the blood immediately transformed into mighty immortal power, merging into the hound's body. The damage had no effect on the hound. Roar. The hound clawed at Uchiha Madara. With a strange flicker, Uchiha dodged the terrifying claw, swinging his sword as he did so. A flash of sword light, like a rainbow, pierced the sky. Damn human. The golden hound roared inwardly after a long battle. So cunning, so fast at dodging, I can't even hurt him. Having originally thought that his immortality would give him the upper hand in close combat with this human warrior, the golden hound found the human too slippery. After a long battle, the golden hound only managed to touch the human sword, but never actually harmed him once. anxious and furious. Killing this human will be extremely difficult unless I can ignite my immortal body, the Golden Hound quickly realized. Reported to the Alliance, the Golden Hound thought to himself. A human realm lord with such strength approaching the level of a king is definitely a super genius. Once reported to the Alliance, even if it's just for reporting, if confirmed, there will be a considerable reward. The Golden Hound immediately initiated contact via the communicator within the world ring. I'm on the Yanji continent. My coordinates are. I discovered a human realm lord, skilled in the use of a sword, suspected to be the Shura realm lord of Washer Island. His true combat power is even greater than that of a peak marquis, approaching that of a king. 2 of my immortals from the Tail Relic clan, who have just achieved immortality, suffered minor damage to their immortal bodies under his attack. The Golden Hound immediately reported the news. Unfortunately, the Demon Clan's communication system is too weak to transmit even video or images, requiring only speech and thought. Even the confirmation of military achievements must wait until the final return to the barracks. However, the Human Virtual Universe Network synchronous transmission allows for clear monitoring of combat situations, and military achievements can be distributed at any time. My swordsmanship can actually suppress this Golden Hound. The combination of my body movements and swordsmanship is truly perfect. Uchiha Madara was particularly exhilarated in the battle. The feeling of fighting on the battlefield outside the domain is completely different from that in the virtual universe. In the virtual universe, one's mind will naturally tell oneself, it's all virtual. It's all fake. This is a natural psychological suggestion. Even with the ability to test the effectiveness of his technique, Uchiha Madara didn't feel any sense of trepidation. But on an extraterritorial battlefield, it was different. The alien enemy might unleash some killer moves, and there was no room for caution. For example, the Golden Hound before him could instantly unleash the might of a king once it ignited its immortal body. Of course, igniting an immortal body was also equivalent to igniting its soul, so it was a move they wouldn't undertake unless absolutely necessary. Surprisingly evenly matched. To be precise, the captain is at a disadvantage. 2 Tail Relic Immortals, watching the battle from afar, were stunned. Don't worry, the captain has immortality. While he's at a slight disadvantage, he's not in danger. If the captain desperately ignites 2% minus 5% of his immortal body, he'll likely defeat this human. Although the military merit will almost entirely go to the captain, if even a little bit is shared with us, we'll reap the rewards. The 2 Tail Relic Immortals spoke to each other via telepathy when they suddenly sensed a terrifying, overwhelming aura. What? The 2 Tail Immortals whipped their heads around, their compound eyes looking behind them. A dazzling black rainbow light streaked across the sky, tearing through the universe like fragile tofu. The 2 Tail Immortals didn't even have time to dodge before being pierced by the black light. Uchiha Madara had no interest in playing games with these people anymore. He immediately unleashed his king-level physical strength, understanding of the laws, and amplified telekinesis, unleashing peak king-level power. The 2 Tail Immortals, barely worthy of the title of Marquis, and having lost some of their immortal form to the attacks of the Earthlings, were struck by Amaterasu's long sword. The flames of Amaterasu instantly corroded their bodies, completely reducing them to nothingness. The Golden Hound, stunned by the instantaneous destruction of the 2 Tail Immortals, remained stunned. What? Immortal King? Absolutely immortal king, and so effortless. Probably not just a lower level immortal king, but at least a higher level immortal king. The Golden Hound was terrified. Run, run, run. The Golden Hound immediately began to flee. Uchiha Madara shifted his form, instantly catching up with the Golden Hound. A black rainbow of light streaked across the sky. The Golden Hound was instantly split in two, blood and internal organs clearly visible. As if eroded by an invisible force, the two halves quickly fused into one. A 6% loss of the immortal body? The Golden Hound was shocked and horrified. This is peak immortal king. Peak immortal king. It was a peak immortal king. To so easily damage the essence of a peak immortal king required peak level strength. Spare my life, spare my life, the Golden Hound urgently cried through his voice. Puff, puff. Uchiha Madara swung his long sword, slicing again and again. Its speed was so great that the golden hound had barely condensed its body when it was sliced again, instantly losing 50% of its immortal divine body. Please spare me, senior. Don't force me. The golden hound panicked. Whoa. The golden horned behemoth attacked again, leaving the golden hound desperate. Die. The golden hound roared, and then completely detonated the remaining immortal divine body. The divine body, accumulated over countless years, and containing an incomparably terrifying energy, instantly burst into flames and exploded. The blast, almost instantly, rivaled the force of a peak level king. Rumble. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers of the desert sky were instantly torn apart, countless torrents of spatial debris swirling. With a wave of his right hand, Uchiha Madara vanished this immense force. Peak level Marquis, that's all. The ruling class of the demon race on the battlefield beyond the domain. Message confirmed. A human realm master has been discovered on the main continent of the Yanji continent. That realm master possesses near king level combat power. He must be a supreme genius among humans, ranked among the top 100 human realm master talents. Watching the results of the battlefield intelligent life on the screen, two black puppets sat there. To possess near king level combat power, he must be the most elite talent in the 5 major human factions. For example, the original secret realm masters of the virtual universe company, though there are 100 of them, would be lucky to have only a third of them achieve near king level combat power. A man with a black body resembling a lion's head said in a low voice. Indeed, there are indeed hundreds of human geniuses capable of near king level combat power. Even those supreme geniuses who have cultivated for hundreds of thousands or millions of years in the realm master stage, a very small number have reached the 18th level of lore understanding. Combined with various trump cards, they can also unleash near king level combat power. However, even those with near king level combat power are difficult to defeat, even those at the initial level of Marquis. I didn't expect the Shura Realm Lord of Washer Island to possess such combat power. Another man with a black body and 99 small heads said in a low voice. Human geniuses are all very secretive, and it's rare to find one. This supreme genius, the Realm Lord, is so powerful. Once he becomes an immortal god, he will definitely be crowned as a king, and he's likely to reach the highest level of king, or even the pinnacle of kinghood. At that point, with immortality, the cost of killing him could be 1,000,000 times greater. While his combat power is not low now, he's not immortal, making him easy to kill. This threat, it's best to eliminate it as soon as possible, said the man with a black body and a lion head. Yes. The man with the 99 small heads nodded. I will immediately report this to the clan and have them issue the order. The encirclement and suppression of Madara is about to begin. Chapter 248, Longing for Battle. On the edge of the main continent of Yanji continent, deep within the boundless icebergs, lies an ancient palace. It's unknown when it was built, but now it's the domain of the Purple Sky King of the Demon Clan. The captain's been in a bad mood lately. He just scolded the vice captain. We've been on Yanji continent for nearly 10,000 years, and I've never seen the captain this irritable. Yes, but I heard the captain's irritability is related to a human genius. Is that true? I don't know, it's just hearsay. Two demon immortal puppets quietly conversed with each other. They were members of the renowned Purple Sky Squad on Yanji continent. The Purple Sky Squad, one of the most renowned squads on Yanji continent. Their captain, Purple Sky King, is a demon immortal king who possesses the ability to teleport. His vice captain is also a junior king, while his team members are almost all at the peak of the Marquis level, with the weakest being at the upper Marquis level. Such a team is naturally renowned on Yanji continent. Of course, while renowned, he's not invincible. And deep within this palace, a woman, clad entirely in black, possessed a human body and an incredibly beautiful silver fox-like head. She wore a gorgeous black robe, her puppet form indistinguishable from a real person, her facial expression and eyes perfectly formed. Asshole. That bastard, Brass, dared to challenge me. The woman with the fox's head raged. Thank goodness the clan leaders are wise. Can I blame you for that? Ever since I accepted this mission, not a single member of the entire Demon Alliance on the Yanji continent has discovered that human realm lord. They can't find him. How can I kill him? How can I kill him? Brass, how dare you call me useless? Can I blame you for that? That idiot must be after military merit. Killing a human realm lord is equivalent to killing a high-ranking king. No wonder he's so envious. Too bad you can't have it, you idiot. The Purple Sky King cursed. In reality, she felt aggrieved. Although she was a powerful Marquis with the ability to teleport, both Marquis and Marquis level lords possessed immortality. With her abilities, she could only kill a peak Marquis. As for a primary level Marquis, perhaps not a single immortal level king in the entire Yanji continent could claim to be able to kill one. A primary level king was incredibly difficult to kill. A higher level king was naturally even more challenging. So killing a human realm lord actually awarded military merit equivalent to killing a high level immortal level king. This was undoubtedly a lucrative assignment, a highly coveted one. The military merit King Xiao had earned in nearly 10,000 years on the Yanji continent was probably less than 1/10 of this. So, when this mission arrived, she was incredibly excited. After all, while there were only 2 kings of the demon race on the Yanji continent, the entire demon alliance boasted a staggering 329 kings. After all, the demon clans have numerous vassal clans under their command. Some, while not vassal clans, are from remote and isolated regions, willing to enter the outer domain battlefield as members of the Demon Clan Alliance. This large number of powerful aliens has led to the Demon Clan Alliance having 329 enthroned kings on the Yanji continent. This mission is highly coveted. However, the Demon Clan naturally favors its own kind for good assignments. Purple Sky King, possessing the ability to teleport, received this mission. This task sparked jealousy among many Demon Clan members, but envy was pointless. It was an order from the higher-ups. Purple Sky King was delighted, eager to kill a human realm master. All members of the Demon Clan Alliance on the Yanji continent were ordered to report any sighting of a lone human realm master, or one with power comparable to that of a Marquis, immediately. Once the exact coordinates are determined, Purple Sky King can teleport there. With her teleportation ability, she can easily reach a distance of 1 or 2 light years. In other words, the entire Yanji continent is within Purple Sky King's teleportation range, allowing her to reach any point on the continent instantly. As soon as the intelligence arrived, she could immediately kill the human realm lord and gain immense military merit. What a simple task. Bullshit. The intelligence system is truly rotten. It's been a year, and not a single intel has arrived. We haven't even discovered the human realm lord yet. The Purple Sky King raged. Seeing something but not being able to touch it was truly unbearable. The clan's higher-ups had given her the promise of immense military merit, yet there was still no intelligence. Human realm lord, I refuse to believe you'll remain silent. My demon alliance accounts for 1/4 of the entire Yanji continent. No one will encounter you. If you reveal your strength, you're dead. Dead. The Purple Sky King gritted his teeth. Waiting without accurate predictions was truly excruciating. Asterisk 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 at this moment, Uchiha Madara was actually quite swaggering, but the only teams he encountered along the way were small groups, dispatched by him before any information could reach them, using his king level power. Die. A dazzling black rainbow light streaked across the ocean, tearing open a vast chasm in space, like a long black river covering the sky. The diminutive, half-meter tall alien immortal was instantly cleaved. The alien immortal, initially at ease, was suddenly horrified after being cut and condensed into one, realizing that 38% of its immortal body had been lost. How is this possible? How is this possible? The alien immortal exclaimed in horror. A sudden burst of black light flashed several times, leaving the alien immortal no time to flee. A single hysterical explosion and the battle was over. Uchiha Madara stood calmly in the air. Where was the immortal king? How could he have come here for so long, and yet not encountered one? He was impatient. Back in the spaceship, Uchiha Madara was sitting in the control room. As usual, Detector number 1 had its shielding function disabled, while Detector number 2 was operating normally. There must be quite a few immortal kings on the Flame Festival continent. While there are only 3 human immortal kings on the Flame Sacrifice continent, the number of human vassal races, as well as the numerous alien races that have entered the battlefield through the human alliance, totals hundreds of kings. After all, there are thousands or even tens of thousands of races. On average, 1 king for every dozens of alien races on the Flame Sacrifice continent, making the number of kings significant. On the Flame Sacrifice continent, there are probably over 1,000 of them combined. Of course, compared to the vast number of immortal lords and Marcoses on the Flame Sacrifice continent, the number of kings is incredibly rare. Uchiha Madara's military prowess has reached a terrifying level. He has already slain dozens of Marquis immortals and hundreds of ordinary immortal lords. Furthermore, even if Madara only utilizes Marquis level physical strength, telekinesis, and law comprehension, he still cannot achieve any growth. Therefore, Madara is deeply eager to battle against a Marquis level immortal king. Chapter 249 The extraterritorial battlefield is in turmoil. Another day passed, and a flash of black sword light streaked across the sky, beheading a black armored youth at the peak of the Marquisate. I'm about to fall. The murderer Ashura, the lord of the human realm. Shura possesses the power of a high-ranking king, and is definitely a top 10 genius among humans. The bounty for killing Shura is much higher than killing a universe supreme. My coordinates are. Hearing the young man's words, Madara smiled. He had finally found someone who knew the immortal king. Before his death, the black-armored youth must have sent this message to the entire demon clan. Demon kings, please come, the more the better. In this extraterritorial battlefield, where the universe supreme cannot enter, Uchiha Madara is undoubtedly invincible. Disciple. In the extremely remote area of the universe, the territory where the Nashi clan survives. It's in the extraterritorial battlefield. No. A burly man, also wearing black armor, only larger, couldn't help but growl. Disciple, you must stay alive. Although he had given his disciple a token, and could teleport there through the divine kingdom, it was the extraterritorial battlefield. The extraterritorial battlefield of the 4 major factions, where universe exalted ones were absolutely forbidden to enter. Unless it was a decisive battle. Otherwise only beings below the rank of Universal Exalted appeared in the extraterritorial battlefield. Of course, some super beings like the Chaos City Lord could occasionally break the rules, but due to their superior status, the vassal races dared not speak up. But neither human Universe Exalted ones nor alien Universe Exalted ones were eligible to enter the extraterritorial battlefield. In the human territory, in the virtual universe, the Chaos City Lord and the Great Axe Founder sat across from each other. The Great Axe Founder glanced at the message displayed on his screen, then looked at the Chaos City Lord with some surprise. Have you sent him to the extraterritorial battlefield? The Lord of Chaos City nodded. Strictly speaking, he has been in the extraterritorial battlefield for a while. I originally thought that he would break through the immortal level and directly burst out with the power of the Universe Lord level to sweep the entire extraterritorial battlefield. I didn't expect that the strength he has shown now is only the high level king, and his own realm is still the realm lord. You and I have to go out for a while. I feel that those alien races should do it at all costs. Even sending Universe Lord level or even Universe Lord level assassins into the extraterritorial battlefield is not impossible. He burst out with the power of the high level king during the Realm Lord period. Although this is not Uchiha Madara's strongest power at the Realm Lord level, it has basically exposed that he is Uchiha Madara. Under him, the strongest genius of the human race can only have the power of the threshold level of king at the Realm Lord level. The founder of the Giant Axe said with concern. Those alien races are indeed likely to turn on each other, so let's go together and fight. If any alien race dares to attack, they will be killed without mercy. Okay. News of the Shura Realm Lord possessing the power of a high-level immortal king spread rapidly throughout the Yanji continent and even the entire extraterritorial battlefield. In the highest level Demon Clan area of the extraterritorial battlefield, several Demon Clan leaders of the extraterritorial battlefield were discussing this matter. The Shura Realm Lord possesses the power of a high-level king. How is that possible? He hasn't become an immortal god with immortal divine power, nor has he achieved an immortal body. Just by relying on the realm of Realm Lord, he possesses the power of a high-level king. How terrifying must his comprehension of the laws, physical strength, and increased mental power be? Such geniuses are definitely rare among the human race. In fact, in my impression, only Uchiha Madara, who is said to be the greatest genius since the emergence of the human race, possesses such power. It is said that he has already passed the 24th level of Tangshan Bridge. His comprehension of the laws is much stronger than most universe masters, and he is even not far from the 27th level of the Lord of the Universe. This is definitely a big fish. We can't let him get away. The strong men at the peak of the king level, or the strong men of my demon race at the peak of the king level, immediately dare to head to the coordinates just now on the Yanji continent. Killing Uchiha Madara is equivalent to strangling the birth of a powerful Lord of the Universe. From a strategic point of view, it can even be equivalent to the results of many years of our entire demon race in the outer battlefield number 100. As for those peak kings who possess teleportation abilities, let them go first. Other peak kings with speed should also rush as quickly as possible. All peak kings participating in this encirclement and suppression operation, regardless of the outcome, will be rewarded with 10 billion Han Yuan units. Peak kings are considered experts who have mastered one of the 3 spatial laws: blockade, strangulation, and teleportation. Naturally, there are peak kings who can master teleportation. Above peak kings, the so-called ultimate kings, have mastered 2 of the 3 spatial laws. Finally, the invincible kings have mastered 3 of the 3 spatial laws, falling short of mastering them all, and becoming a universe supreme. Of course, Madara had mastered all of these secrets shortly after arriving in this world, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to demonstrate a supreme level understanding of the spatial laws during the Universe Genius tournament. Soon, 3 peak kings from the demon clan arrived at the scene. They spoke softly to Uchiha Madara, who stood calmly with his eyes closed. We've just received intelligence that the Shura Realm Lord has already passed the 24th level of Tangshan Bridge. The 3 of us can't defeat him, but since he won't leave now, let's keep watch over him and wait for more peak kings to arrive. I don't believe he can handle the entire demon race encircling him. Not just peak kings, but also extreme kings, invincible kings, all the powerful demon races from the outer realm are here this time. Meanwhile, in the outer realm, the human leaders were also holding a meeting. We've received confirmed information that the demon camp is concentrating hundreds, if not more, of peak kings to encircle Uchiha Madara. I wonder why we humans aren't taking action. That's the greatest genius our race has ever seen. To be frank, even if all of us here were to die, it wouldn't be worth his life, a human leader declared furiously. Yes, act now, another human leader added. But at this moment, the highest ranking human leader sighed. It's not that I'm not giving you orders. It's more that the Shura Realm Lord's master, the Chaos City Lord, just sent me a message. Chaos City Lord? This great god. What did he say? The human leaders asked. Chaos City Lord said that no matter how many peak king immortals we send out, they will only be a burden to the Shura Realm Lord. The highest ranking human leader was helpless. The human leaders, they were being called a burden? Chapter 250. Tens of thousands of demons are crowned as immortal kings. More and more people arrived to encircle and suppress Uchiha Madara. Many of them teleported here via spatial coordinates within their respective immortal realms. Initially, they were all peak level kings, then many extreme kings, and even the most renowned battlefield renowned invincible kings. The entire demonic faction was filled with tens of thousands of immortals of peak king status and above. Tens of thousands of immortals stood in every corner of the sky, tightly surrounding Uchiha Madara. At first, these peak level kings were unaware of the concept of crossing the 24th level of the human Tangshan Bridge. But after being educated by the demonic masters, they finally understood the terrifying nature of the event. Crossing the 20th level of the Tangshan Bridge equated one's understanding of the laws to that of an invincible king. Crossing the 21st level of the Tangshan Bridge equated one's understanding of the laws to that of a newly born venerable. Each level beyond the 21st floor becomes increasingly difficult, and Uchiha Madara has now surpassed the 24th level of the Tangshan Bridge. This means that in terms of comprehension of the laws alone, no one from any other clan in the outer realm battlefield can stand a chance against him. Furthermore, any invincible king would face certain death against Uchiha Madara. This is the greatest genius ever to emerge from the human race. Over 10,000 already. Perhaps we could try to battle him, said an invincible king from the demon clan. Come on, we've been waiting here for a while. I doubt a realm lord like him can unleash such immense power. I'm afraid his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes. His identity had been recognized. However, this mattered little. He had never intended to conceal his identity. Now that he had been recognized, he decided to fight with all his might. Another worldly aura suddenly emanated from Madara. His black and red battle robes transformed into white sage robes. His jet black hair turned snow white, and 9 pitch black truth-seeking jades rose from his back. The black Amaterasu sword quietly vanished, and a sage staff formed from the yin-yang escape technique was grasped in his right hand. Madara looked indifferently at the tens of thousands of immortals surrounding him in the sky and on the ground. This was not the first time he had faced 10,000 alone. For Madara, fighting the allied shinobi forces in the ninja world, just after his impure world reincarnation, was no different from fighting the tens of thousands of demon-like immortals now. To him, these people were nothing more than ants. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara moved. The white figure vanished in an instant. Watch his position. He's disappeared. We don't know where he'll reappear. Everyone, prepare for battle. Uchiha Madara has made his move. This encirclement and suppression campaign is the domain of our 10,000 peak level immortals. The peak level immortals in the demon clan suddenly panicked, one after another searching for Uchiha Madara's location. A white figure appeared like a ghost, and 9 pitch black truth-seeking orbs hurled themselves in 9 directions. 9 flashes of black light flashed, and in an instant, the demon clan lost over 100 peak level immortals. Before the laws of chaos, the so-called immortal divine bodies were nothing but a joke. Immortal divine bodies, like those of the impure world reincarnation, could recover infinitely. However, Uchiha Madara held the truth-seeking orb, representing the laws of chaos. Damage to his body was absolute damage. There was no recovery. The truth-seeking orb's presence brought a powerful sense of oppression to the demon clan, as did Uchiha Madara's very presence. The pitch black flames of Amaterasu combined with pure Yinsukai chakra formed a black armor around Madara's body. Amaterasu, Flame Susanoo. Uchiha Madara unleashed a fist, and instantly a massive black beam of light shot forth into the vast distance. Its speed was so swift that there was no possibility of escape. The peak level immortals caught in the path felt their divine bodies destroyed. Some powerful supreme immortals, masters of the soul, attempted to unleash soul attacks on Uchiha Madara. Powerful soul waves rippled through space, piercing through countless distances. However, as soon as these masters of the soul penetrated Madara's soul, they felt the scene before them turn blood red. Simultaneously, the moon in the sky transformed into a gigantic blood red eye with strange patterns. Each of them suffered a powerful backlash and fell to the ground. The souls of these supreme immortals, masters of the soul, were instantly dissipated by the backlash. The difference between Madara's soul and these supreme immortals was enormous. The demon clan, despite boasting tens of thousands of peak level king level warriors, felt no hope of victory. In the short time since the battle began, they had already lost nearly 1,000 of their own, yet they had yet to inflict any substantial damage on Uchiha Madara. They tried every method, ranged attacks, close combat, spiritual assaults, but Uchiha, seemingly omnipotent, repelled them all. At this moment, they felt nothing but a massacre. Many wanted to flee, but the problem was that this space had been reinforced countless times, making escape impossible. As time passed, each peak level demon clan king pleaded with their respective universe masters for help, and the highest ranking leader of the entire demon clan also sensed something was amiss. The highest level area of the demon clan's outer battlefield. Send the universe supremes. If this continues, there's no way we can do anything to Uchiha Madara. We've sent out the universe supremes because of Uchiha Madara, so the machines and Zerg will turn a blind eye. Now, before the humans can react, we must eliminate Uchiha Madara. The demon clan's top leader slammed the table in front of him with a domineering tone. Alright. Immediately, someone in the demon clan contacted a number of dedicated supreme level assassins. However, 10 minutes later, the demon clan member who had been in charge of contacting the supremes approached the demon clan's top leader with a wry smile. Sir, I think we have no way to deal with Uchiha Madara today. In the starry sky outside the extraterritorial battlefield, both the human Great Axe founder and the Chaos City Lord are present. The demon clan's top leader fell silent. Damn. The two strongest members of the human clan appeared on cue. How could they be so unethical? Tens of thousands of crowned kings today seemed destined to fall at the hands of Uchiha Madara. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.